Okay, schmucky. It took me a little longer than I was hoping for, but we're here. Let's play some video game. Taking it easy, quite sleepy, so hopefully something where I'm just shooting stuff and having fun is a good plan. Maybe just a bit of reading, huh? We have game audio, we have my audio, we have the background audio. Nice. Let's look at stream though. It's okay. Can you read? Yeah, we can read. Cool. Alright, if you remember where we left off, I think the last thing I was doing was... Actually kind of hard to remember. I think we were trying to figure out who gave us the job in the first place that got one of our people killed. So we're kind of on a semi-revenge mission at the moment, trying to see who stiffed us. The old troll potters about, his artificial joints complaining loudly. He seems heavier today than when you first met him, and he takes your approach as reason to seat himself in rest. I understand they put you in charge of Monica's outfit. His outfit wasn't so hard, it was just jeans and a t-shirt, right? Looks like we're both carrying heavy burdens. Ha, I suppose so. We'll see what gives out first. Your will or my plastic knees. You need something from me? How are people handling the loss of Monica? I think most are still in shock. But just you wait. That will pass. Then the panic sets in. A few folks of any real discipline around here. Monica kept them calm by keeping them safe. Now that she's gone, they're going to start realizing what a heap of misery this blasted city can be. You don't seem too worried though. Already died once. Every day since is just a bonus. A tired, painful bonus. Really doesn't matter that much to me. But to the rest, it's going to be a different story. Monica kept this place in one piece. She read the flux like a bird reads the wind or a fish reads the current. Without her, there's no telling what's going to happen. Lane is like, yeah, very much a Zeg character. Hello, Zeg. Not Zeg. How you doing? Hello, Jay. No, shush. I didn't mean to bother you. Anything else you want to draw about? Nope, didn't mean to bother you. I was actually just trying to test my stream, if you understand. Can use this. What is this? Is this... Oh, it's on stream, so it's not my monitor, but what is it? Huh. That's it. Your official designation now is not Zeg. I also forget all of the voices for this, so you'll have to bear with me. Blitz looks up at your approach. The table beside him is littered with cigarette butts and a data jack cable, dangles from a portable terminal set up by his side. Hey, Chief, need something? I'm just checking in. You doing alright? Smiles around. Right, Chief. I'm doing just great. It's real nice to be able to wind down and relax for a change. No more worrying about this ganger or that ganger sneaking behind me, sipping a knife between my ribs. He slaps the table with a grin. It's a good change, Chief, I've got to say. Good, then we can focus on getting our current job done. Did the, come on. He gestures himself the flush. This is always 100% focused. I don't believe you. Any thoughts about that last run that you'd like to share? No, well, Chief, I wasn't around for most of it. But you got me out of that hotel, and for that, you for my eternal thanks. Catch you later, bits. Yeah, Dante the puppy. Look down to see a pair of bright eyes set in a scruffy face looking back up at you. Dante, Monica's old dog. Looking down into those huge brown eyes, you see intelligence and sadness. Of course you pet him. Woof woof. Let's talk to people first. Dietrich? Hey boss. Dietrich gives you a slight nod. What can I do for you? How are you holding up? You seem to take Monica's death harder than the others did. Dietrich shakes his head, a wistful expression in his face. Nah, no harder. But I'm less buttoned up than the others are. Igel never let herself show any weakness. And Glory? Well, she's too full of chrome to feel much of anything. He shrugs. Me? I don't give a damn. I spent too much of my life putting on a show for the others already. What do you mean by that? I used to front a punk band, way back when. Believe it or not, I've spent a pretty good chunk of my life on stage. Whenever we weren't playing, I was living up at our fans' expectations, spouting off, getting into fights, getting drunk, getting laid. Not a bad life, all things considered. What was your band called? Maybe I've heard of it. Oh, I doubt it, boss. We never really got any airplay. Come on, Dietrich, tell me. Alright, boss, if you insist. The band was called Messerkopf. Spelled just like it sounds, in big capital letters and an exclamation point. We weren't a big act or anything. We sold a few records here and there, toured around Europe. We had a decent following in England. We holed up in London from 31 to 36. Spent most of our time slumming it around the East End, and picked up enough cockney to rotate the folks back home. He shakes his head. Truth be told, that whole chapter of my life is a bit of a blur. We didn't do it for the fans or the fame, and we sure shit didn't care about money. All that mattered to us was staying young and drunk and angry. He takes a moment to examine his gnarled hands. A sad smile on his face. We managed the second two. Good God, where has the time gone? Dietrich shakes himself from his reverie and looks back up at you, that familiar easy grin returning to his face. Well, anyway, boss, everything ends eventually, and I'll wash my hands of all this years ago. So let's change the subject, if you don't mind. Any thoughts on last run? Well, we found Winters. That's something, I guess. The whole thing has me feeling uneasy, boss, but at least we have a direction to look in. So long, Dietrich. Take it easy, boss. I have 0 unread messages. Okay. Jobs directory, completed jobs, no completed jobs. Okay. Mustache. Iger. Glory. Are we missing a dude? I think we might be missing a dude. Either that or... he's dead. I feel like my volume is also a bit loud, so let me turn the music down. Let me turn the music down a little. Okay. Hello, Paul. What was Paul's voice? Amsel's expression is harder than you've seen it before. When he speaks, his voice is grim. Iga told me of Reen Winter's death. She said that he died in the same manner Monica did. It wasn't a pretty sight. Amsel nods gravely. I know that you and Iga have your differences. I tell you that she was badly shaken by the sight of Winter's body. She also mentioned that you found something in Winter's safe. A package full of very old discs. May I see them? I know the discs. Of course. Good God. Gingerly, Amsel lifts a disc from the bundle and holds it up to the light. Slowly, he begins to turn it around in his hand, causing rainbow patterns to shimmer across its surface. I haven't seen one of these since I was a boy. This is a DVD read-write. A data storage medium from the mid-2000s. I'm amazed that Winters was able to find a device that could play it. Do you know how we can read these things? He puts the DVD in his hands and quickly inspects the others. The first disc I looked at might be readable. The others are damaged, some severely so. I have my doubts about them. For now, let's concentrate on the undamaged disc. There's a little shop outside the Data Haven. Approach the proprietor, Mallet Hollier. She might be able to help. Tell her to put the cost of the device on my account. I'm on it. I ain't your errand boy. Iger was pretty shaken up, were you? Iger turns to face you. There's a pain look on her face. Look, I owe you an apology. I don't know how to do what her voice was. I thought her voice was gruff. Look, I owe you an apology. Oh, is that so? Yeah, it is. When Monica died, I was pissed. That probably doesn't come as a huge surprise. But I took that anger out on you, and I shouldn't have. Seeing Winter's body like that was enough to convince me. You couldn't have done anything to help Monica. And I couldn't have either. We're dealing with something new. Monica was a good friend of mine. Her death hurt. I got carried away and I said some things that I shouldn't have. I want to apologize for that. Her body relaxes. She begins to turn away. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. There are a few things I wanted to say. She stops and turns back to face you. You can see the wariness beyond her eyes. Go ahead. No one's stopping you. You're a valued member of this team, Iga. We need you now more than ever. I'm glad that you're on my side. She raises a hand to stop you. The expression on her face has gone from cautious to annoyed. Cut the bullshit, Fearless Eater. I don't respond well to flattery. Forget it then. Yeah, I will. She shakes her head in disgust. You should go. I've got prep work to do for our next run, and you've got more important things to do than to watch me pack my gear. How rude. That triangle is still there. What's the triangle for? Ugh. We have to wait for the screen to reload. I'll eat about DVD. Oh, hello, my little lady. Welcome back. What can I do for you? Look, I'm looking for something that can play back a DVD. Really? That is old tech. Very old, in fact. Just a moment. I'll go look. She turns to rummage through a bin of obsolete components in the back of her store. Ah, yes, here we are. The dwarf wrestles a mid-sized flat-screen display out of the bin. This displays old enough hookups to connect to a DVD player. RCA, you know. Vintage. Pretty old. The player itself, though, this I do not have. You may wish to try your luck down at the junkyard. There's a scavenger there, a primitive man with a crude disposition. If anyone here in the cruise bazaar can help you find your DVD player, he can. But he will most certainly attempt to overcharge you for it. She takes a deep breath and smiles at you. But you are not here for gossip. Shall we conclude our business? I can give you the display for, say, 200 yuan? Polamsel said to charge it to his account. Ah, very well. I'll have it packaged up and delivered to her homestead right away. Best of luck finding your DVD player. I wish you well. I have a drone. Can you fix it for me? Yeah, probably. Might take a bit of going though. I love working on these old core drones. Can't make you any guarantees, but either way, it's on the house. I'll leave it in your hands. I'll start on it right now. See you later. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Yes? Got that drone fixed. You done yet? I'm in the market for... No. Do you have any tech for me? What was I carrying? I forget. You stash sell items. Equipment. I have... a new Uzi. The tackle board. Some abilities. Some stims. Okay. Muraku's best deck is... Can I compare? No. I have the Sony City. This is Renrico. I only have 1,000. Action points 3. Oh, this actually is very good. I don't know what IP is though. This IP is the damage. And all the cars in the background. Reach the train station, get something I see. Actually, let's commit early. Let's get a new deck. You stash sell items, stash equipment. Sell that. Buy that. Nothing in the stash. I have a deck. It's equipped. Confirm. Cool. To the junkyard. I will toss 5 into the bag. We tip our street performers. Look at them performing streets. Though when you zoom in, you realize that the lighting was wrong on the model. Oh, this is the junkyard. Shrutty. The stout old man looks up from whatever old tech he's tinkering with to squint at you through his thick, old-fashioned glasses. He pushes them up with an oil-stained finger as he straightens up to nod at you. He speaks with a gruff but well-meaning tone, heavily accented with German tonality. Guten Tag. How do you do old voices? Guten Tag. What can I do for you? Malia tells me you're the man to speak to about DVDs. That little shoe sent you my way, huh? Shorty's smile broadens. Well, wonders never cease. Well, introductions are in order, I suppose. Shorty Bookman, at your service. The old man raises a grimy hand in salute. You need something salvaged? Some old components relict. I'm indeed your man. Your man? Wonderful. How about that DVD player? Well, let's see. I think I've got something that'll work for you. Shorty rummages through the junk heaped on the table behind him. A few seconds later, he snatches a battered plastic lozenge shape from the pile. Lozenge. Ah, here we go. An old Korean player that I dug up last week. 2010 model. A real beauty. Shorty's smile broadens, and he gives you a conspiratorial wink. I fixed her up and got her running, but without any discs to read. I've mostly been using her as a paperweight. To do an old man voice is like having to suck up a lemon while feeling constipated. Yeah, that's... Well, as would Dan. Sounds like what I'm looking for. How much do you want for it? Shorty glances back at the DVD player, a rueful expression on his face. Well, I'll admit, I'm a little loath to part with her. There are plenty of folks out there who'd really appreciate an older player such as this, and I don't know what your intentions are for it. You were using it as a paperweight. I suppose, given the time and trouble I took putting her back together, I'd be willing to part with her for, say... Shorty's eyes dart over your gear, a calculated expression on his face. About 500 yuan? That's ridiculous. I could buy a new Trivid player for that. Yes, but you can get one of those anywhere. You ain't gonna find another one of these anytime soon. But it's not like I get offers to buy these every day, so I'll cut you a deal. How's 350 sound? What? I need to put more into charisma. But I want to accept it, but reluctantly. Still too rich for my blood. Would you take a trade? The old man pauses for a moment, considering. I'll tell you what. A few months ago, I had a... well, call it a difference of opinion with that Burkhardt you've heard of from the soy calf shop. He hasn't let me into his establishment since, and I'd sold the family farm for a decent cup of coffee. Sound like a deal? Hand him your coffee. Yeah, sure. Have the coffee. Ah, thank you. Roddy gratefully accepts the coffee and then snaps the lid back and inhales deeply, wiggling his moustache as he processes the scent. Yep, that's the real stuff, all right. Shorty gingerly picks up the ancient device from the table and presses it into your hands. The plastic is scuffed and worn, and it rattles a bit when you move it. Give it some good use, okay? Oh, there you go. What's the price of coffee again? I hope it was significantly less than. The duck leans into keeps his voice low. I have information regarding that matter my people were looking into, Fentim. The one involving surveillance device on my data tower? Jan Goldsmith. Altug, I've been waiting for my coffee nearly an hour already. Are you growing the beans out back? Altug, the coffee vendor shouts. Can't you see I'm speaking to an honored guest, you tower of quivering corpulence? His voice lowers again. Now, as I was saying, we were fortunate that you happened upon the surveillance tower when you did. The people on the other end were planning a very bad thing, to be sure. Very bad thing? Quite bad, yes. Monica Schaefer was an important member of this community. More than most were aware of. This keys was under her protection. You know how it is in the flux, Effendim. The governance of a place like this is tenuous at best. You never know who is going to be in charge from one day to the next. But Monica was a stabilizing force. And not just because she was dangerous, she was smart and funny and wise, and she had a way with people. They wanted to support her, to follow her, because they loved her. When she was killed, it left an opening for others. It would have meant bloodshed and pain. If this council had been allowed to continue their plan, well, they did not. We saw to it, you and I. Indeed we did, Elduke. The cruise bazaar will maintain its stability for a little while longer, my friend. Now, what can I do for you, Effendim? Would you like some coffee, perhaps? Oh yeah, so it's 50 for a coffee, which is significantly less than what it's been asked for. Cool. Good trade. Okay, let's go back. Do it to the disc. Cool. Seems that Amsel has assembled the team in your absence. They stand in a group around the old display that you had Marlet deliver. On their faces you can see excitement and apprehension, curiosity and dread. Paul. Have you procured a DVD reader? I have, it's right here. Good, this should only take a moment. Amsel disappears behind the ancient display. After a few minutes of fiddling with its battered influence, it reappears, a satisfied look on his face. Everything appears to be functional. The disc should be ready to play. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Start the damn thing already. Did the went to the trouble of fetching everything. Let him do the honors. Amsel steps back, clearing a path for you to access the antique machine. We're gonna watch TV with the homies. Hello, Catham. Hope you're doing well. A soft whirring sound fills the air as the ancient DVD player spins the disc up to speed. The scratched LCD display comes to life, and a menu fills the screen. 6 tracks. Play track 1. The screen goes black, and a cheerful digital chiming sound spills out of the display speakers. Doing good. A crackle of static fills the air, coupled with a shrill electronic whine. After a few moments, the display goes live, and a disheveled-looking man appears on the screen. His eyes glitter with excitement. The timestamp on the screen reads 2034-09. It's actually not far away anymore. It's like, what, 12 years away is 2034. 11 years away. Oish. That's the thing about all these like near future stories settings, is we're actually rapidly approaching these time zones. It's like, wait a minute, we don't even have our Money McFly hoverboards yet. Let's come on guys, slow down. Adrian Vauclair. Hermie, I think I found her. After all this time, Fuschwinge? I don't know, sorry, I don't know. Sorry for butchering any German in this. There's surprisingly more German than I realized. I knew that she wasn't dead. His speech was jittery. You can hear the urgency in his voice. She survived the dragonfall, just as I have always said. I knew it, and I was right. The screen explodes into static, and the electronic whine in the background sharpens into a needle-like pulse of high-pitched sound. Somewhere in the background, Dante lets out a low whimper. The screen clears, and the excited face is closer to the screen than it was before. The words spill out of him in a breathless tide. Talking to a team of the Sox to retrieve her. The radiation be damned. We will take appropriate precautions, of course, but we must go. Hermie, I think that the body may be nearby as well. Somehow she has survived for all this time. The screen explodes into static again, then clears. The figure flickers across the screen. May not be back for some time. Look after Mum, okay? I worry about her. And Hermie, stay safe out there. I know that things are heating up in Berlin, and I know you. Student protests, civil uprisings, and you'll be in the middle of it, I'm sure. Just be safe, alright? And I'll do my best to do the same. I don't know what's going to happen when I step into the Sox, but I do know one thing. If the Fire Wing is still in danger, I will put an end to her, once and for all. The display goes black. The display goes black. Ugh. The display goes black, and the background whine fades away. A moment later, you found yourself deposited back into the menu screen. Play track 2. The screen goes black for a moment. Then a figure appears on the screen. Your late client, Green Winters. His elbows planted on the table that he's seated at, and his chin rests in his palm. The other hand is wrapped around a bottle of cheap whiskey. Timestamp on the video reads 2053. I found the message Adrian left me all those years ago. Got it cleaned up as best as I could. Strange hearing his voice again. Pauses to take a long pull on the handle, on the bottle. It's good to hear him, even if he did insist on calling me Hermie. Dr. Adrian Vauclair, the hero of the people, the Dragon Slayer, my brother. Grimaces and rubs his eyes. Hard to believe it's been almost 20 years. Alright, so I'm going to start recording these DVDs again for me, for Adrian, and for whoever might wind up watching them. Every time I do this, it winds up feeling like a waste of time. But I keep doing it anyway on the off chance that I find something important. I stumble into the clue that leads me to my brother. I know that I'm going to want it on film. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, after all. No sense in quitting now. Christ, 20 years? All this time and still no leads? Even with all of my contacts and resources? He takes another long swallow of cheap liquor. Even with my legendary bullheadedness, I've made no progress at all. And I haven't turned up a single goddamned thing. Well, here's something funny. The closest I've gotten to a clue was a rumor. Apparently, a team emerged from the Sox a while back. Nobody's clear on the date, but... And get this. He leans to the camera and gives a conspiratorial wink. Supposedly, they vanished without a trace. He upends the bottle, drains it, slams it back down the table, his eyes rimmed with red. Not much of a rumor considering. I already know that you're gone, big brother. I live with it every day. Abruptly, Winters leans forward and reaches for something off screen. The display goes black. A few seconds later, the main menu returns. They need to stop putting display goes black, because it's really tripping me up. There's some combination of this DP and BL sounds, which are like the D consonant and then the PL, followed by another BL. PL then BL, I think that's what's tripping me up. Let's play track 3. There was a grinding sound from the DVD tray. There is a grinding sound from the DVD tray, and Green Winter's image appears on the screen. There is an eager look on his face. The timestamp on the video reads 2054, 10:12. Stumbled upon this archival footage of Fushwing's original attack, months before Dragonfall. Easy to forget how devastating it was. Adrian saved a lot of people by bringing her down. I got the footage all queued up to play, starting it now, additional comments to follow. The slow whir of the DVD player shifts at high-pitched whine. Distorted, wavering image balloons into the screen. A timestamp on the upper right corner of the screen marks the date, July 6, 2012. Oh wow, we've just missed it, but also just missed it by 11 years. Oh. Little movie here as well. I actually had to see something just by. It's difficult to make out what you're seeing at first. The scene is dark and smoky. The telltale flashes of emergency vehicle lights flicker in the periphery of the screen. The camera pushes in, and you can make out 2 figures standing in a ruined landscape. All at once, the sound cuts in. Reporter. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are coming to you live from Stolberg. A few hours ago, the dragon Fushwing launched an unprovoked attack on this sleepy, harsh mountain town. And you can see the results behind me. Fire, ashes, blood. We are joined tonight by a survivor of this latest and most horrifying attack. The reporter turns to face a pale man standing behind him. Sir, I understand that you've been through a terrible ordeal. Thanks for taking the time to speak with us tonight. The camera switches to focus on the middle-aged man with a haunted look in his eyes. He stammers out a reply. Yes, of course. If you could, sir, could you please tell the people at home about your experience of the attack? It was horrible. Just pure chaos. So many people are dead. People I knew, roasted alive or trampled to death trying to escape. My own house was burned to the ground during the attack. My family. We have nothing now. You all made it through the attack though? Your wife? Your kids? Yeah, we all made it, thank God. We rode out the attack in a small shelter. Me, my wife, and our 2 daughters. The shelter had protected us, but the heat was just unbearable. We couldn't have stayed there much longer than we did. How long were you holed up in there for? How long were you holed up in there? 3, maybe 4 hours? I don't know. We just stayed inside until the heat died down and screaming stopped. And what happened after that? When it was over, you know, when the air cooled down? The reporter nods and the man continues. We stepped outside. Excuse me, but bright as the mic. There was nothing left, just smouldering wreckage and the dense cloud of black, oily smoke, and the stench in the air. God, that smell. It smelled like roasted meat. There's a long pause. From the tortured look on his face, you can tell that man is struggling to decide whether or not to continue speaking. Eventually, he does. My girls. They found what was left of their nanny outside. Her body. Was left of it was slumped against the shelter door. I keep telling myself that I couldn't hear her pounding to get in. But that isn't true. I could. I just couldn't bring myself to open that door. Couldn't risk my family like that. Not for her. Not for anyone. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to speak with us. Yeah. You heard it here. An absolutely chilling account of tonight's attack. Again, the town of Stolberg has been reduced to ash, another victim of the fire wheel. Stay with us for more up-to-the-minute reporting on this Führerschwing's reign of terror. Hold on, I need to figure out how to pronounce that, otherwise it's going to drive me nuts. Translate.google.com, detect language, F-E-U-E-R-S-W-N-G. F-E-U-E-R-S-C-H Winch. Fire Schwinger. Okay. Last minute reporting. Up to the minute reporting on the Fire Schwinger's reign of terror. Green Winton's face reappears on the screen. Okay, it's time for a new approach. Adrian's complete dead end. That's pretty clear by now. So I'm going to do some digging in the Fire Schwingers instead. Let's see where this goes. The screen abruptly goes black. Maybe it's just the word black I'm struggling with. The screen abruptly goes black as the video cuts off. A few moments later, you find yourself returned to the menu screen. The DVD player ramps up to speed, filling the air with a shrill, whining sound. Green Winter's image appears on the screen. Timestamp on the video reads 2054-1031. Well, that was a bust. Little progress on the Fire Schwingers either. He shakes his head. I don't know, it's weird. The information's out there, it's just wrong somehow. It's all too well laid out, too simple. Real life is messy, and this just feels a little too neat. That's not the only thing that's nagging at me. I'm getting that tingly feeling all up and down the back of my neck again. It feels like I'm being tracked. I know Matrix Hotshot like Clockwork or Schaefer, but I'm good enough to know when someone's on my scent. Gotta install some new security measures. I'll be too careful. Winter's image disappears. The display goes black. Play track 5. The display goes blank for a moment. The face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. He is seated at a computer. Off to his left, an enormous monitor fills the screen. His voice carries an edge of panic. The timestamp on the video reads 2054-1109. Oh, this a lot more disheveled. I'm getting too close to something. There's a trail of bodies. There's been disappearances. Gearbox, Martian, Peregrine. They've all disappeared in the last few days. Gearbox just went AWOL yesterday, and they were all making the same sorts of inquiries about the fire wing that I've been. There were ghost stories spreading around the Decker community. Stories about Deckers disappearing and then showing up again later, but wrong somehow. Scary stuff. I'm starting to think it's true. Blitz leans into his video. I know the stories he's talking about, Chief. Never really put much stock in them. Not until now. Could these rumors be related to what's happening here? Am I being paranoid? He pauses for a moment, as if seriously considering the question. He then shakes his head and slams his fist on the table. No, I don't think so. Something big is happening here, and I'm right in the middle of it. Iger cuts in. That's a bit of a leap. I thought I was going to not do that voice for her anymore. One other thing. Tolstoy told me a story about a kill team that might be related to all of this. Apparently, a Decker named Hellebore posted a theory about a fire schwinger to the Shadowrun BBS 5 years ago. About an hour later, a mil-spec team showed up in Meatspace and cooked her entire apartment, with her in it. What Tolstoy told me was true. Hellebore live posted the event. She described her killer, that's this great big orc with skin grafts. Then the whole thread disappeared, gone without a trace. Gone? Gone? It was gone. Gone, without a trace. Leap, Aigo love. Sounds like he's on the right track to me. Aigo holds a silence, but concedes the point with a small nod. On the screen, Winters pauses. It looks like he's working up to something. Finally, he speaks. I'm just gonna go and say it. This has got to be Faishung, all of it. Adrian was right about her. She's still alive, and she's out of the socks. She's covering her tracks, working the shadows, preparing to rise again. And that means I have to find you, Adrian, for everyone's sake. Thankfully, I've got a lead. For the first time in 2 decades, I've got a solid goddamned lead.
Good morning, boys. Good morning, sir. Good morning, boys.
Hello, Cake. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for being the first person to test the raid message and alert sounds and making sure that it works. Hello. How are we doing? Hope everyone's well. No, that's okay. I mean, I don't know what was muted if you say shit, sorry. But how was XCOM? Did you win? Did you kill the aliens? I should also probably put chat over the game so you can actually see chat. I'm sure this is the right place then. Put it here. Ah, he's also got up with the radio message. No worries at all. Hope everybody's well. Let me shout cake is a pie. And double check that this is also working the way it should be. That's always good. You murdered a warlock man, and I think I'm like one stream away from finishing the whole thing. You know, I thought that you said you were a stream away from ending a couple streams ago. Like you were very nearing the end anyway. Okay, shush. Not saying that. And then I'll do a shout out right here. And it works just the way it should work. Hell yeah. That text is a bit big, but I'm gonna do that. Now you're actually close. Oh, okay. Well, at least you're close this time. That's what matters, huh? We reduce that size a little. Yeah, so well, today we're just taking it easy, and I'm reading, so feel free to lurk and listen along or watch along. It's not a particularly active visually speaking screen, just a lot of talking and lore dumping, so hope we're all good, and we can fill your evening with storytelling. But I think I might need to refill water shortly. Green Winters. Thankfully, I've got a lead for the first time in 2 decades. I've got a solid goddamned lead. I've backtraced all of the Matrix nodes that Hellebore was looking into, back before she got caught. Whoever's been purging the Matrix didn't think about that. And I found that she's turned up. Winter stabs a few keys in his keyboard, and an image expands to fill the screen of a monitor. His monitor. A satellite photo of rural landscape, annotated GPS data. A set of map coordinates. I have no idea what this game is, but it looks similar to Disco Elysium. This is a fairly old... it's an old series. It's one of the newer games of the series. It's a top-down kind of cyberpunk-esque game. Like cyberpunk, the genre, not the video game. I know that's overlap, but this is like very leans a lot more into that kind of cyberpunk thing. And so, you know, there are hackers and elves and dwarves, and it's kind of set in this kind of post-apocalyptic Germany kind of German European area kind of thing. Yeah, it's been kind of fun. But it's very much like a top-down RTS with deep storytelling and all that kind of stuff. I'm enjoying it. I do like the story. I just have to remember umpteen different voices, and I can only do 3 distinct voices, so it's kind of difficult. So now I've got a target. A place to start digging. The Harfield Manor. Convenient located on an isolated stretch of countryside, miles away from prying eyes. Matrix records indicate that some sort of data vault exists beneath the estate. So that's what I need to get into. So what he's referring to now is the estate is actually where we start the game. He hired us to, this guy, Green Winters, has hired us to break into the manor. And when we did break into the manor, one of the team lead at the time was killed. Guess we're going to find out more about this shortly. Oh, there you go. And this is where we came in. As if on cue, a familiar image winks onto the monitor to Winter's left. Monica. I think I'm going to tap Schaefer for this job. She's got the skills to bypass whatever security they're running out there, and she's gullible enough to take the job in the first place. I'll feed her some line about Flux State security, and she'll eat it up with a spoon. Oof. Poor. I warned her. Almus's voice is choked with rage. I warned her. On the display, Winter's mouth parts with an broad grin. Time to put plans into motion. By this time tomorrow night, I should have the information that I need. And on the off chance that Schaefer gets taken out, well, that'll tell me something too. Can't make an omelette and all that. Until then. Winter's image disappears, the display goes black. A few seconds later, the main menu returns. Final track of this CD with lore and exposition. When you play the 6th track, a small video window appears. You recognize the scene in the window. You are looking at the tattered drapes and nicotine-stained wallpaper of Winter's hotel room in Das Kessel House. Timestamp the video reads 2054-11-10. There is a blur of motion, and the haggard form of Green Winters lumbers into frame. Suspicion confirmed. Schaefer dead. Christ. Winters reaches into a shaking hand off camera. A moment later, it returns, clutching a cheap plastic drinking glass. He gulps something down, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, and takes a deep breath. Okay. Back up, slow down, start from the beginning. Winters closes his eyes and makes a visible effort to calm himself. When he speaks again, his voice is steady. Got the call from my contact in Cruz Bazaar. Schaefer killed on the estate run? Matrix security at the estate caught her brain. Considering Schaefer's skill and experience, on-site IC must have been extreme. Even by Berlin standards, security of that costs money. Real money. Given the evidence uncovered so far, corporate involvement is unlikely. The connection to the fire wing is too strong. So, let's come out right out and say it. The dragon is what we're dealing with here. The smart money says that she's coming for me next. Well, I don't want to go down without a fight. I've still got my contacts, still got my connections, and the Flux State can be a hell of a weapon for the man who knows how to manipulate it. Winters takes another long pull from his glass, grimaces, and swallows. Time for me to make my play. Ghost stories or no, missing deckers or no, I've got to jack into the Matrix and start pulling strings. The countermeasures that I installed earlier should be more than enough to keep me safe for 20 minutes I'll be in there. Winters drains the rest of the glass, then tosses it back over his shoulder. A moment later, you hear the dull, clattering sound of hard plastic on the linoleum. Schaefer's death was tragic. She was a staunch supporter of the estate, but still, all things considered. Winters finishes something off screen. A moment later, his hand reappears clutching the data jack cable. Better than me. He plugs the cable into his head, the screen cuts to static. Eject the DVD. As your finger nears the eject button, a black screen cuts off the static. A moment later, Green Winter's haggard face appears. If you're watching this, then I guess they caught up to me. They will be after you too now. Blitz whispers into your ear again, more harsh this time. What the hell is this? Why didn't you warn me about this before I came here? Not now, Blitz. Whoever you are, Whatever you think you're after, you need to find Dr. Adrian Vauclair. Not because he's my brother, because if I've immediately forgotten. Fireschwinger is rising again. He's only the one who can stop her. You've seen what happens to people who get close to this. I'm dead, and dozens others have died. You'll be next unless you can find Adrian. The screen cuts to static. The message is over. The DVD tray slides out the reader. Well? It's all, fine, right? It's all good? All peachy? The room goes quiet as everyone struggles to process what you've seen on DVD. Finally, Dietrich breaks the silence. A dragon. Son of a bitch. Rain Winters sent us up against a dragon. Pull Amsel. The Fire Wing. Amsel's voice is thick with dread. She lives. I'm really starting to regret the fact that I didn't just stay at the hotel. Iger ignores him. Wait a second. We don't know for certain. Dietrich lays a hand on Iger's shoulder. The evidence seemed pretty convincing to me, love. I'll even take a step further. I think the secret facility that we stumbled into was her lair. The room falls silent. Iger and Glory exchange glances. After a moment, Dietrich continues. Just think about it. The decker that Winters got those coordinates from was posting about Fireschwinger. Then, she was called by that same orcish bastard that attacked us after Monica died. That's a direct link between the dragon, the scarred orc, and the Harfield Manor. And then Winters was killed by the same thing that killed Monica. Exactly. My gut tells me the dragon is down there. Did the someplace far beneath the surface. I think that we knocked on I think we knocked on the door to her lair without even knowing it. And I think that, given what we've seen, the dragon will do whatever it takes to keep us quiet about it. Okay, going on the assumption that there is a dragon, and that she will come after us. What do you propose that we do about it? I say, keep things simple. Read back in there, kick in the door, kill the dragon, problem solved. No, we're not doing that. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to follow Winter's advice. We're going to find Vauclair. Yes, Didion was right. Finding Dr. Vauclair should be our priority. If we're going up against a dragon, we need to find ourselves a dragon slayer. Winter spent 20 years searching for Vauclair, and I got him nowhere. How do you propose that we find him? With the help of an information broker. Let me guess, back to the coffee shop? All this? No. While her bureaucracy is very capable, a task of this magnitude is beyond him. We need to make contact with the premier information broker in Berlin. We need to talk to Alice. Alice? Who the fuck is Alice? Blitz scoffs at Amsel. Alice? Best of luck. And let me try that accent, that voice in. Alice? Best of luck. And I hope you're rich. No, that wasn't it either. I completely forgot what his voice was. For this, rich enough. Even if only just. Who's Alice? A most prominent figure in Berlin's shadow community. Ex-Schockwellen writer. She provides information retrieval services for the F-State. Amsel turns to the computer console behind him and runs his finger over the virtual keyboard. The machine begins to hum. If Winters is right, if Vorclear is still alive, she can help us find it. The console spits out a stick of black plastic. Amsel plucks it from the computer and hands it to you. Here, your key to speak with Alice. A cred stick? Amsel nods. An encoded cred stick, yes, with 10,000 yuan. Alice will not show her face for less. This represents the last of my personal savings. Did the make this meeting count? Where do I need to go? Take the U-Bahn to the old Stadt Spandau. There, you will find a connecting tube that locals refer to as the rabbit hole. You'll find a method of contacting Alice there. Don't call it that in front of her, though. Word on the street is that she hates it. Alice down the rabbit hole. You get it? Please hurry. While you're out, I will work and acquire new contracts for the team. Alice is the best there is at what she does, and her services carry a price tag to match. Oh, oui. Okie dokie. We have the red stick, so we shouldn't get mugged. Take the U-Bahn to meet Alice. Okay. I'm thinking... how much cash do we have? Bam on the U-Bahn. We have a little bit of cash, right? 900. Oh, and we have upwards. I'm gonna stretch my legs and refill my drink, and then we'll continue there. So we'll be back real shortly. The goal. Hello, Crinso. This is my first playthrough. I'm completely blind playthrough, and I've not played XCOM either. Cake has played XCOM though. I've seen XCOM a little bit. I've heard of XCOM a bit. I think the actual, in terms of, from what I understand between the differences, the actual combat is kind of similar in terms of, you know, turn-based combat with roll the dice kind of mechanics and everything. But in terms of story, I think this is more of your actual storytelling RPG style things. But I've never actually played it. XCOM, so I couldn't actually tell you what that kind of difference is. But I will also be right back. Yeah, no worries. Alrighty then. Let's get back to it. Speak to a few vendors real quickly. And then we'll see what's up. I don't know what this square here is about though. It's still there. I'm probably gonna not do the whole conversation thing after I've spoken to people a few times, just because I think we'll be redoing dialogue choices and it'll greatly extend. This is already a long game anyway. We don't need to make it go longer than it probably wants to take anyway. Oops, I have cash, I need weapons. Give me your goods. I have equipped Uzi and stuff. Oh, what clothing do I have on? Apparently I'm naked. Yes, let us put on armored clothing. Thank you. Armor 4, armor 1. E. Is that my cloak? Can't wear. Can't use that because. Let me grab grenade. So it's here, heals, stim pack. Alright. I feel like maybe I need a different weapon, an offhand weapon. But I cannot afford much. Range 5 versus my range medium. Range small versus range medium. Okay, let's grab. What's the range for my throwing knife? Reach 10. Let's try throwing knives. Okay. I don't have spells because I'm not a spell person. We upgrade. Spend karma. So I was putting the stuff into quickness, the pistol, my SMG. Dodge, strength, melee weapons. Let's combat unarmed throwing weapons. Because I picked up throwing knives, I should probably put something into this. Intelligence, bite attack, enemy HP visible. It's not a good idea to diversify. Yeah, I know. I'm particularly not early. I should get the strong things at the end, but HP visible. Yeah. I'll wait till I actually get a drone before I enable drone control. Let's do enemy health visible. I think that's actually be useful. Biotech. Cool. I have no cash and I have a commerce, so not really any point to. Yeah. Stay here. Probably sell some stuff, but that's alright. Let's go down the rabbit hole. Fun. This is the rabbit hole? Ooh, goodies. Accuracy increased by 6% and incoming damage by 3. Send it to the stash. Urinal syringes. Okay. Can I ask Puppy to look for stuff? What are you doing when you're out here? Like nothing. The only active console in this derelict span of U-Bahn platform is an old video arcade machine. The CRT monitor set into the machine's cabinet that glows invitingly. Cheerful pixelated graphics swirl and dance on the screen. Investigate the machine. At the base of the controller panel, you find a cleverly hidden input port. The port is shrouded in black plastic and appears to be the approximate shape of a typical crit stick. Insert Amsel's down payment. Sure hope that doesn't just drain it. Internal motors grip the cred stick and pull it into the machine. It disappears into the port and the screen goes black. Moments later, a video image fills the screen. The picture is dark and grainy, a far cry from the bright, colourful sprites that previously inhabited this display. On the screen is a dimly lit office. The place looks like it was pulled straight from an old detective movie, from the Venetian blinds in the windows to the great swaths of shadow that paint the walls black. Center stage, sitting behind a large mahogany desk, is a silhouette of an oppressive-looking woman in a charcoal grey suit. The tip of a cigarette glows cherry red in the shadows. She leans forward into the light, and you'll catch your first glimpse of Alice. Her face is all hard planes and sculpted angles, with high cheekbones and almond eyes. Her lips are painted frigid blue, but the look in her eyes is even colder. A head of lustrous black hair is interspersed with flowing streams of cyan light. Alice exhales a plume of smoke, then tips her cigarette into a nearby ashtray. She fixes her eye on you, and her lips curl in a humorless smile. We're on your dime, friend. Tell me what you're looking for. I need you to find someone for me. Dr. Adrian Vauclair. She raises an eyebrow. The Dragon Slayer? Interesting. He's been missing for a long time. Yes, he has. The question is, can you find him? She looks you in the eye, and the smile disappears. Her voice is all business. If he's out there somewhere, I'll find him for you. He could be living under an assumed name in California Free State, and I'll still track him down. And if he's not alive, I'll tell you where you can find his corpse. Speaking of corpses, Alice, I think I might know who you really are. I might? Might I? Oh? Alice leans toward you. A smile spreads into a predatory grin. Do tell. There was a member of Echo Mirage named Alice. Alice Hefner. She died back in 2029, fighting the crash virus. Rumored has it, she still exists in the Matrix, still calls herself Alice too. Oh, an interesting theory. But I fear that my price to confirm or deny it would fall well outside of your price range. Alice leans back into her chair. Well now, let's get back to the business at hand. Let's. Alice steeples her fingers. Alright. Here's how this is going to work. When you give me the go-ahead, I'm going to start gathering information for you. Once I've finished, you're going to bring me a cred stick encoded with an encryption key that I'll provide you. That cred stick will have 50,000 yuan on it. When I get my cred stick, you get your information. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. This is a fun conversation when you learn what your character knows. Yeah, there's been a couple of cases like that where it's also been many weeks between playing this game and the last time I played this game. So I feel like this might have been something that I read beforehand, or this was part of the backstory that you get to choose when you choose a character and you make a character, you get to choose the backstory. I do not remember any of the choices I made or any of like the details, just the general story beats from the last time I played. But yeah, you know, it's a learning experience the whole way through. Price gouging, huh? For a neo-anarchist, you behave an awful lot like an old world profiteer. Alice smiles at you sweetly. I wasn't aware there's a difference between the two. In all seriousness. Everyone's stream, gonna head off for the night. Alright, Cake. Have a good night, and thank you again for the raid. I'll talk to you later. Catch you around. Bye-bye. Maybe next time you can finish XCOM. In all seriousness, I'm charging you what the job is worth. Do you know how much work it takes to find a digital ghost? There's going to be wet work. Breaking into government archives. Hell, I might even have to commission an expedition into the socks. This is a serious undertaking, friend. Now, do we have a deal or don't we? Alright, Alice, it's a deal. Okay, but remember, you say go, and I go. From that point on, you're on the hook. You're on the hook to pay me my fee. No turning back, no refunds. Are we square on this? Yes, that's square. Good. I'll be in touch. I didn't say go though. You said I had to say go. The screen goes black. Moments later, the machine reboots. The colorful sprites that you saw when you first approached the arcade cabinet returns. There is nothing more to see here. Alice is gone. Gone, I tell you. Gone. Also, I like the little mural of Alice on the wall. If my mouse will let me scroll in. Cool little graffiti. Guys, I did it. I spoke with Alice. Catch you later, Blitz. Blitzen. Hey, Paul. Did the Did you make contact? Did you make contact with Alice? Yes, I did. She accepted your payment, and I ordered the search for the information we need. Very good. I can't imagine the price is cheap. What was Alice's stated price? You're right on that count. 50,000 yuan. He shrugs. It is about as I had expected. Thankfully, we are prepared for this. I have established contact with a number of new clients. You can find information on the jobs logged on your mission computer. One jobs file is on there already. While you're working to earn Alice's fee, I will continue to dig for clues about the Feischwinger. If she is, in fact, roosting under Hardfield Manor, then there must be some evidence to support the fact. A dragon this is a large thing to hide, after all. Be careful, Paul. You remember how the last people looking into her died. I will never forget. Don't worry, Didion. I'm going to conduct my investigation the old-fashioned way, through contacts and deduction, and careful observation. I will not jack into the Matrix until this entire sorry episode is finished. That's probably wise. Speaking of doing things the old-fashioned way, Marliet is working to recover information over those other DVDs. It's a painstaking process, and it will not be quick, but she's optimistic that she'll be successful in time. Finally, I have been checking up on our friend, the orc with the skin grafts. I haven't heard anything back yet, but I'll keep you appraised as the situation develops. Sounds good, Paul. I'll go check up on those jobs. One last thing before you go, Didion. Samuel Beckenbauer wanted me to pass a message to you. Do you know him? The orc who runs the shelter across the way? Yeah, we met. Ah, well, he has a job for you. He wouldn't discuss it with me, but he promised that it would prove worth your time. Okay. I want to be friends with Samuel. Alright, Samuel. And thus we have now established the meat of the game, which is do side quests to progress main story. Hell yeah, side quests. Dietrich. Hey boss. Dietrich gives you a slight nod. What can I do for you? Paul will not jack until this is over. You, on the other, are expendable and will jack as soon as after this unit as he runs. Oh no, I definitely picked up that. Like, wait a minute. Particularly given I've gone the Decker route, I fully expect myself to be putting myself on the line every time. How did you go? No. So, he doesn't want to talk about his history. I'm not asking him about his history. Either. What's Glory doing? Didium, what do you need? Spellcast of Country. Use astral perception to read Glory's aura. I feel like that's invasive. Can I like ask if I can do that first? Hey, Glory, how you doing? Don't worry about me, I'm solid. Are you sure? If you say you're good, you're good. I trust you. Glory's expression remains neutral, but she grants you a barely perceptible nod. Okay. Why did she say suit yourself? You don't want to talk to me, I'm not going to talk to you. Man, all these people are very cold. I'm just trying my best. I didn't want to be the leader here. Your boss died on me. Your boss and my dear friend from way back apparently died on me. Let's pick up. Let's have a look at these side missions. Open the jobs directory. Jobs. View all pending and active jobs. Farmer cleanup. Humanist starter steel. Amsel's face swings onto the screen. He's literally... Here you will have the complete transcript of my conversation with Her Fox. Let me double check on that pronunciation. German. Fox. Nope, that is absolutely Her Fox. Fox. No, it's Fox. Her Fox. The Fox. Wonderful. The Fox. Anyway. Here you will find the complete transcript of my conversation, The Fox, a potential client. The job seems to be relatively straightforward and the payout is reasonable. Also, Her Fox. Her Fox. One word of caution before you proceed. There are aspects of this run that you might find morally troubling. Be sure to read and understand the specifics of the job before accepting. If you do accept, you will be expected to carry out the requirements of the job in full. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified, and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. Yeah, I have been asking the background of them, a few of them, but when you push into looking into the background of your teammates, they get upset with you and say like, I want to be their friend. I don't want to make them upset at me. Her Amsal? Yes, I am here. To whom am I speaking? You may call me Her Fox. Very well. Please describe what works that you would like to have done. Straight to the point. I like that. Very well. I would like to retain your team's services to clean up a mess. Go on. My employers dispatched a team of operatives to conduct a quiet operation at a local Shadowrun farmer AG lab. Unfortunately, they botched the job. The team was eliminated, but we have reliable information that one of the operatives has been taken captive. If this rogue agent were to spill information leading back to my employers, it could lead to a corporate war. A great many lives could be at lost. My employers would like nothing more than to prevent such a tragic turn of events. Ah, I see. And you wish to retain my team's services to tie up loose ends? Exactly. The captive operative is a rigger by the name of Thorvald Enstad. We need him neutralized before he can inform on us to his captors. As Enstad and his team have already put the facility on high alert, stealth will not be an option. Your team will need to shoot its way in, eliminate Enstad, and exit the facility. It's a straightforward enough task, and well within my team's capabilities. What are you offering in terms of pay? 15,000. This offer is non-negotiable. Very well, I will pass the offer on to my team. Very good. Good day, Her Amsel. Do, we have to kill him? Does eliminate mean kill, or does eliminate mean remove from the picture and hire him onto our team? It's like, we've got space down here. Let's see what the other jobs are about. Humanist data seal. Ansel face appears on the screen. Samuel Beckenbauer has approached me with an offer of work. Apparently, an associate of his has learned some disturbing details regarding the Berlin chapter of the Humanist Poly Club. He would like to contract your team to investigate these rumors. Beckenbauer was unwilling to discuss the specifics of the job in your absence. He has requested that you speak to him in person at your earliest convenience. Let's go talk to Beckenbauer then. There you go. Limiting regime is permanently removing. Emphasis on permanently. Yeah. But what if we say we killed him, but they don't know? We tell him that they wanted him dead, and then we offer him a position. This isn't the best of times. Come back later if you want to talk. Okay, Ida. Jeez. The one time I want to peer into your personal affairs. Wait, I don't like Sumwell. I like the other one. I like Lane. Sumwell is snotty. Hello again, my friend. What can I do for you? I heard that you wanted to talk about a job. Yes, yes I do. Thank you for coming so promptly. He takes a deep breath, slowly releases it, and looks you in the eye. Tell me, what do you know about the Humanus Polyclub? They're an anti-metahuman hate group. He nods. The largest and most well-funded of its kind. The instigators of the Knights of Rage, and an enemy of everything that I stand for. Knight of Rage? A worldwide race riot that took place in February 2039. Thousands of innocent metahumans were attacked, beaten, and killed. Women and children were corralled into warehouses for protection, and then burned alive when the structures were put to the torch. This is what Humanus stands for. This is the agenda that its leaders strive to advance. They will not be satisfied until all metahumans, everywhere, are driven from the face of the earth. Disgusting. And this job of yours has something to do with Humanus? He nods. Yesterday, I overheard one of my assistants talking on his call. He was yelling, clearly agitated. I questioned him and he confided in me. What he told me made my blood run cold. Cut to the chase, Sam. Yes, of course. Please forgive my rambling. I am not accustomed to dealing with people in your line of work. The long and the short of it is that the Berlin chapter of Humanus is planning something. Something involving a large shipment of an extremely hazardous chemical. Their leader, Volker Stahl, is a vicious ideologue. It goes without saying that whatever he intends to do, it won't be good for us. Yeah, it seems like Humanus Humanitarians is similar, but I don't know familiar enough with like the roots of the words. It could be less about humanitarian. Well, humanitarian efforts is for furthering humankind, furthering of humans. So my guess is they have a specific distinction between humans and metahumans of who they want to progress. I want you to infiltrate the smuggling operation that is delivering the shipment. Once you arrive at the Humanus compound, you'll find out that the plan is to do with the chemical and stop it. I don't like saying that though. That seems weird. Would it be easy just to hijack the shipment? Why allow it to get to the Humanus compound at all? He shakes his head. No, stopping the shipment would not stop Humanus. They would merely acquire another. For a pack of snarling racists, they are extremely well funded. Okay, let's talk compensation. I have contacted sister organizations across Berlin and have taken up a collection. Between us, we have raised 22,000 yuan as payment. I trust that this will be enough? I'll do it. Cut me in. He nods. Excellent. I am relieved. I will make the arrangements for your meeting with the smugglers. Their leader is an elf who calls himself Maxim. Take the U-Bahn to Shatter Nest, and you will find him waiting there. I'm sure they're really nice people once you get to know them. I'm sure I'm going to be given plenty of opportunities to get both sides of the story and be like, hey look, hey guys, just how racist are you? Maybe you were traumatized as a child, maybe you can go to therapy or something. Best of luck to you, Dithium, and good hunting. Know that you are doing a great thing for the metahumans of Berlin. Your efforts will not go unrecognized. I like his accent. I'm gonna try and remember that one. Go to the U-Bahn. Dietrich. A lone figure stands at the U-Bahn station. Diedrich. He raises a bottle at your approach, and then tosses it away. I figured I'd run into you here. Figured I'd run into you here, boss. Wanted to be sure that I caught you before you headed off. He takes a deep breath, slowly releases it, notices you in the eye. Gideon, we have to talk about this Humanus gig. Go ahead, Diedrich. I'm listening. Well, I've got a history with Humanus. I fought him back in 39, during Night of Rage. A hell of a thing that was. I remember the terror, the senseless violence, the murdered children. I remember this little dwarf boy. They stuffed his body in the gutter. I can still see his face, all bruised and broken. To this day, it makes my blood boil. Anyway, long story short, we beat him. Berlin's punks and anarchists all came together, and we stomped the living dreck out of those racist pigs. A lot of good people died that night, and we put down some of the bad ones too. Let me guess, do you want to come on the Humanist run so you can finish the job? That's part of it, sure, but it's not the whole story. I don't just want to come with this run, boss. I have to come. It's my nephew, Alexander. He signed on with Humanus, driven to it by his worthless sack of a dad, no doubt. I'll take it his father, your brother, is a Humanus too? Nah, that'd take a level of conviction, a quality that he thoroughly lacks. My best guess is that he's treating Humanus as a boarding school. They feed and house their recruits, and that's the money that he'd rather spend on himself, so he dumped his boys off on them. Never mind the fact that they're fascist swine. Diedrich looks you in the eye. I've got to get Alexander out of that Dithium before it's too late. Those monsters are experts at warping their own minds. It's how the disgusting ideology propagates. So I'm asking you, as a personal favor, to let me come along on the run. I have to get into that compound, Dithium. I have to find Alexander. I have to turn him around before those animals make him do something unforgivable. Of course, Diedrich. I wouldn't keep you away from something like this. Thanks, boss. Never doubted you'd bring me, of course. You're too good of a man at that. But it's good to hear it all the same. Aye. Assemble the team and travel to Shattersnest to infiltrate Humanus Poly Club compound. Hired runners. In addition to your team, your fixer has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Berlin area. These runners appear below your core team on the runner selection screen and can be hired on mission-to-mission basis. As you complete missions, both your team members and the available mercenaries will periodically gain access to new equipment and new abilities. Any new items, spells, weapon abilities that a runner gains will automatically be available for use the next time you take them on their mission. Right. So I say we're going to take Diedrich, but then we don't take Diedrich and see what happens. Alright, let's check my email. Alright, let's check my email. Just kidding, Diedrich. Check the messages for email. Oh, I have mail. Regarding commissioning services. From withheld to them. We would like to arrange a meeting between you and one of our representatives. You will find him in the cafe nearby. His name is Luca Durr. He will be expecting you. Come along. Ah. Luca Dua. Theodibdian May. The late Monica Shaker's replacement. He looks you up and down, then nods. Good. You look the part. Let me get down to right. Let me get right down to Let me get right to business. My organization would like to retain your services for the indefinite future. But first, we're asking you to go on a trial run, an audition of sorts, to prove that you're the right man for the job. Assuming that you complete this trial to our satisfaction, I will then offer you a variety of simple tasks. All of these should be achievable in the course of your everyday business. You won't need to go out of your way or expose yourself to too much unnecessary risk. For each task that you complete, you will be rewarded handsomely, and there will be a bonus if you finish them all. Have I piqued your interest? Will you accept their offer? Yeah, who do you work for? My organization knows everything worth knowing in Germany, including this small pond that is Berlin. It is in our best interests, however, to remain unknown to the world at large. For the time being, that is all you need to know. And what does this audition pay? I can offer you 1500 yuan, but only if you complete the full audition, the run, and post-run interview to our satisfaction. If you fail to perform to our expectations, you will receive no pay and no further offers of work. That isn't much. It's an audition. The purpose of this trial is for you to prove your worth to us, not the other way around. I don't know who you are. Why am I trying to prove myself to you? Of course, you're free to decline if you wish, but know that there are hundreds of runners in Berlin who would kill for the opportunity to work for us. We came to you because we think we see a glimmer of potential. If you prove us wrong, we will happily take our offer elsewhere. Sure, why not? Free money. Good, he smiles. Very good. Now, onto the task at hand. There is a man named Alisha. He's a senior manager at Hermes Eurocom, and a respected figure in his community. My organization also suspects him of working with pro-corporate extremists. These people are actively working to undermine the Flux state and pave the way for a corporate-controlled Berlin. My organization has no more desire to see Berlin fall to the corporations than you do. However, we are hesitant to act on our suspicions without proof. This is where you come in. So you want me to spy on him then? Not directly, no, but we do need to place him under surveillance. You will meet with a team that I've arranged for you, and with their assistance, you will plant listening devices in his apartment. Take the U-Bahn to Frankfurter Tor and go alone. The rest of your team will meet you there. I already have a team. I don't run with strangers, it's too risky. Very pragmatic, but just this once we're asking you to make an exception. This job will require a very specific skill set. Your current team does not possess these skills, the one that I have assembled does. So, will you work within the boundaries that I have described? Or will you turn down an opportunity that your fellow runners would kill for? I'll work with your team, but if it's sketchy, I will kill them. How about that? Sound good? Very good. The moment that you board the train for Frankfurter Tor, your test will begin. I would advise you to bring what you need in terms of medical supplies and ordnance. Once you embark on your trial run, there will be no turning back. After you have planted the devices and verified that they work, come back to me. There will be a brief interview, a post-mortem on the run if you like, and assuming that I am satisfied with what I hear, I will pay you your first stipend. Then we will discuss our future options. Best of luck, Didion. We will be watching. Hey, what do you know, this creepy dude? Mr. Knows Everybody. Pumpkin Spice Soy Calf. The Turk flashes a wry smile amongst at you knowingly. I'm told you have been quite busy as of late, a wanderer of the shadows. My street rats tell me that business is picking up. Is that the man who has taken over from Monica? Burakagse? Burakagse, yeah. Who does it look like you your rotundity, the Pope from the Vatican? Give him a soy calf, a big one, and put it on my account. I like the cut of his jib. A large soy calf? My, you are a generous one, Goldschmidt. Are you sure you can afford such a gesture? The fat man frowns. And a scone, I was going to say, and a scone as well. Nothing is too good for him. As you desire, O ample one, the Turk whispers. The man is a moron, but he eats his weight in baklava and pastries, so who am I to care? Now, what is it you would like? I have no money, I'll be going now. Do I get my soy calf? I don't even get my soy calf from Bagel. After all that, I don't get a soy calf from Bagel. Oh, well, I hope I'm readily stocked up. Why are you so broke? Because I bought goodies. I was renewing, and I bought a new deck, and I bought new clothes. How do I? Right. Here I bought this deck and my outfit as well, which were both significant upgrades to the base that I had. Maybe it's premature, maybe it's not. That should be fine. I'm happy to make mistakes. Don't particularly care about being super efficient or having a perfect run. And if I have to reload, then I will reload. Travel to Frankfurter Tor to meet Luca Durr's team. Durr. I'm guessing I have to take notes of this one as well. Like there's going to be a quiz at the end. As the U-Bahn hums toward Frankfurter Tor, you tug mildly at the fabric of your maintenance uniform. You found it in a duffel bag on your seat when you boarded, along with a note from Durr to put it on before your arrival. The moment you step off this train, the note said, your trial run begins. You are to rendezvous with the rest of your team, reconnoiter the building, and plant the specified devices in Alish's suite. Before that, your approach will be left to you. Beyond that, your approach will be left to you. Do not disappoint us, you are being watched. Okay. Rendezvous, reconnoiter, bug. I can remember to do 3 things, can't I? We'll see. What the hell are you? As you emerge from the dingy confines of the U-Bahn terminal and step into the light of day, looks more like night, you find yourself confronted by a wall of muscle in a knight-errant uniform. You're with maintenance. It isn't a question. He stands impassively, waiting for a response. Ooh. I'm really tempted. Nope, I'm just Shadowrun here on a job. A low growl, amplified by the speakers in the guard's helmet, reverberates in your ears. Watch it. They might think you're hilarious back at the office, but there's nothing I hate more than a wise ass. It's a problem, not mine. It's a free city. I'll say what I want. Can't you take the joke? Not from you, I can't. Keep it to yourself unless you want me to treat you like a criminal. Drops his hand to the grip of his sidearm. Here's a hint. You don't. Anyway, Shadowrunner, your fellow mop jockeys beat you here. Security checks coming green, so you're good to head out into the building whenever you want. Sooner would be better, by the way, for both of us. Efficient operation you're running. It's almost as if you're expecting me. Run again. What does the rest of my crew look again? Let's see your time. No, see. I have a good one. Well, I guess I have to find my team. A young dwarf looks up at you, wide-eyed in apprehension. From the way that she's fidgeting, you can tell she's terrified. She bites her lower lip, eyes darting from side to side. Finally, she takes a step toward you. Hello? Are you Mr. Didyam? That's me, am I late? Yep, that's me, am I late? No, you're right on time, but the rest of us got here early, and one of the others is pretty vocal about not wanting to wait. He took off, and the other guy followed him. They're already inside. So there are two other guys. He took off, the other guy followed him. They're already inside. Get it straight. They charged into the building, and you didn't do anything to stop them. Well, I guess I can't fault their enthusiasm. Great, that's just great. The dwarf wrings her hands. I'm sorry, I told them to wait, but they didn't listen. They just muscled on past me and waltzed through the front door. Alright, calm down. I see that you have a toolbox. A year ago or something? She swallows. Well, no. I'm not like you, not like the others. You should probably know that. Then what are you like? A normal person with a boyfriend and a cat and a shitty apartment. I'm not a career criminal, that's what I'm saying. I'm just an electrician. You're not a Shadowrunner. What are you doing? Screw then why the hell don't please saddle me with you then? That's right then, don't worry, we'll look after you. The fear drains from her face, she looks exhausted. Thank you. I really mean that. I'll try to take care of myself as best I can. I don't want to be a burden. I brought my taser and I have a little holdout pistol for self-defense. But I've never fired at a living thing before, let alone a person. I'm really hoping that I won't have to. I understand. Now, you said that our teammates already went inside. Are you sure about that? Oh, tell me about the others. A human and an elf. They're inside already, like I said. I watched them storm through the front doors of the building. We're going to hit it about 10 minutes ago. Well, there you go. I'll give them that much. They can't have gone too far ahead of us. Without my help, they won't be able to make it off the first floor. How do you know that? Nobody's getting upstairs until I bypass the security locks in the elevator. That's why I decided to wait for you out here. I figured that they couldn't get themselves in too much trouble if I didn't come with them. Good thinking, 99. Thanks. I just hope they don't screw things up in there. All that I want is to get this thing over with and get back home. Right there with you. Let's head inside. Okay, let's do it. It's always good to make sure that your friends are not a nervous wreck. Scroll out a little bit. Mid-level corporate combat, complete with living spaces on the upper levels. Game already is picking up a little bit. I think it should be fine now. There's an elf over there. Some guards. It's up to you. What are you doing? You're just chilling? You're just chilling. Don't you have somewhere to be? Your mother's house. Hi. Oh, okay. Can't go that way. Oh, hey, lady. Oh, we can be back here, can you? No. Such a lady. Waitress. The waitress steps forward to greet you. Drink menu, Dad. Welcome to Cafe Shack, home of the budget-friendly caffeine fix. May I help you? What do you have? Well, the cheapest soy calf, guaranteed. She pauses for a moment, looks you up and down. You've been around long enough to know when you're being sized up. Finally, she continues. What? Of course, for hard-working folks like yourself, we do have other options. Options that corporate security doesn't tend to appreciate very much. Productivity enhances? Get the picture? I have no money. I'm good, thanks. Suit yourself. Have a good one. That's, cool. Got a dealer right out the front. A little wind devil? Dust devil? Too high to reach. Yeah. Is that a joke because I'm a dwarf? Oh, wood. Alright, well. We'll just head in then, shall we? As you step through the door, you find yourself confronted by a pair of men wearing the same kind of uniform that you are. Judging by the expressions, there is no love lost between the two. Hearing the door swing open, they turn to face you. The shorter of the two, a human with arcane symbols tastefully embossed on his belt, glares at you. You're here, finally, and you brought our little mouse of an electrician with you. Better late than never. But not much better. You're tardy enough as it is. He jerks his thumb at the elf standing beside him. I'll leave it to you to keep our pack mule in line. The elf's lips curl into a snarl. Hanging from his back is a bulging pack that looks incredibly heavy. His broad shoulders sag under the weight of whatever is inside. He's dumb as a post, but he can lift heavy things. Might not be bad in a fight either. At the very least, he can soak up a few bullets for the rest of us. Staring daggers into the mage, he spits out a long string of foreign words in a single, susurrant breath. The sound of it is lovely, but his expression leaves little doubt that the message behind the words is an ugly one. Oh, and I hope you can speak Sperathiel. He shakes his head in disgust. Damn useless immigrants. Do us a favor. You're right. Did you really say that I was tardy? I mean, what are you going to send me to detention? Wonderful. Late and a smartass. He glances down at his chronometer. I have an important meeting in a few hours, so let's get to this penthouse and plant the cameras. I'll must them against detection, and we can all go our separate ways. The elf mutters something on his breath and hitches the bulky pack up slightly higher on his back. His muscles bulge under the strain of it. Looks like you draw the short straw on Tim Simon's friend. The elf blinks uncomprehendingly and takes a half step back. I told you, he can't understand a word you're saying. Nothing's come out of his mouth but that pigeon drivel that the elves call the language. A Terniger dialect, if I'm not mistaken. I wish you'd do us all a favor and go back, addressed the elf. Can you understand me at all? The musical tones of the elvish tongue pour out of his mouth again, but you can't make out a word. His dialect is quite foreign. It's unlike the form of Sperathiel spoke by the elves of Turnanog. The elf falls silent. He looks just as frustrated as the mage is. But anyway, so Lucas, I mean, he was a villain, asshole, and a guy who doesn't speak German. Wonderful. Just relax and concentrate on the job. The words didn't seem to have much impact. The elf's scowl deepens. I got the distinct impression that none of you actually want to be here, but we've got a job to do, so you're all going to have to suck it up and deal. The mage leers at you. Wonderful pep talk. Really, really magnificent. I can see why you were placed in charge of this run. Now, can we please get moving? I don't have all day. We know, you have a meeting. I can get us into Alish's apartment, but there are a few things that we'll need to do first. If you can get me into the building access panel that is on the same circuit as the penthouse, I should be able to put its security system into a maintenance mode. That job will take some creative rewiring, well that and whatever's in the pack the elf is carrying. Our employees gave me the schematics. And you know where we'll find that access panel, Mouse? Quit calling me that. Yes, I do. There's an access panel in one of the mid-range apartments on the same floor. My contact gave me a key code that should get us in. You have said should twice already. That makes me uneasy. Well, there's nothing more I can do about that. It's the plan I was given, and we're stuck with it. Unless you have a better idea, we'll just have to follow instructions and hope for the best. She turns to face to you. Get me to a building access terminal on this floor, and I can rewire the elevator. That's the first thing we need to do. Once we're upstairs, we use the code I was given, rewire the security system, and we hide the cameras in his apartment. Her brow furrows. Well, that's in theory anyway. Alright then, let's go. Easy. Okay. There are people moving about. This guy isn't stressed. And we're maintenance people, so probably shouldn't be talking to him. Inspect. A boutique food kiosk. The sign out front advertises a variety of locally sourced foodstuffs. All of them terribly overpriced. Now win. What's wrong, suit? Why are you stressed? I'm your friendly janitor. Oh, maintenance dude. Stop moving, first of all. The well-dressed orc stops his pace and to stare at you as you approach. Heavy worry lines etched in his forehead, and his eyes are bloodshot. It looks like he hasn't slept in a month. I don't want to be rude, but I'm a little busy right now. If this is about the building maintenance, take it else. James' cheeks flushed red. He takes a step forward. Watch it. You don't get to talk to me like the orc bristles. Like a janitor? Yes, I do. Because that's what you are. If you want to keep wearing that uniform, you better watch the attitude. Now, isn't there a floor you could be cleaning or something? I've got a lot of my mind to worry about. Important things. I don't want to be bothered. Don't mean to bother you? Sorry, sir. He scowls and continues to pace. Can we, like, cap him? No, that's right. Not talk to lady. There is a door to Nerfur Mitabieta. Before we walk into any doors, let's see what else is around. There are people. It's probably the elevator. It's probably the elevator. Another Mitabita. That's the access panel. Knight Errant Guard. So it's a Knight Errant Guard. Can I help you? Yeah, could you open the door to the utility area? We have some to do in there. You can't read the guard's expression through this red face mask, but his body language makes it clear that he's staring at you. This door is security coded Delta grade. Your ID says that you're just a theta, so no, I can't open the door. You're not listening. We have work to do in there. I heard him loud and clear, mop jockey. Now you listen to me. Nobody without Delta clearance gets through this door, period. I'd suggest that you talk to management. If you really do need to be in there, they'll upgrade your clearance, otherwise, piss off. Sorry about that, we'll be on our way. Yeah, you do that. Nerd. Hello, Taylor. Saleswoman's expression brightens at your approach. Welcome to Dunkley's Fine Clothiers. Are you shopping for a suit? A fashionable business suit made of ballistic cloth catches your eye. It'd be a simple matter to slide it under your baggy maintenance overalls. Let me see that suit. Ah, good choice. Style and safety. You have a good eye. She takes her arm. Here, let me show you to a dressing room. No. How can you afford to buy? I had 1100 when I lost all my money. A tailored suit lends an air of quaint, quiet authority. That's 2 charisma. I do need more charisma. Can I... Yeah. No, it's a very cute suit. Thank you very much. Janet studies the junction box from it, then turns to face you. I see that guard in the hallway? Well, he was standing next to a junction box, just like this one. Looks like they're both on the same circuit, too. So I could use this one to overload that one the guard is standing by. She looks at the junction box again and nods. Yeah, I could feed a nice power spike into that one from here, you know, if you wanted me to. What would that do? Make a loud bang? Arc enough voltage into that one hallway to knock out a gang of trolls? We'll find another way for now. Alright, just thought I'd offer. Thank you for the offer. corporate woman. A well-groomed corporate couple stand in the corner, browsing racks of pamphlets about neural enhancement headwear. The woman's head turns at the sound of your approach. Once in your uniform, her nose wrinkles. Oh, hello. Are you in your way? We wouldn't want to keep you from doing your work. Her spray-tanned husband chimes in. Right, the last thing we want to come is between you people and whatever it is that you do. Yeah, we've got some repair work to do. The photos dilator is leaking coolant. Real messy job, believe me. Horizon. Is that dangerous? We should call security. No need to panic. It isn't dangerous or urgent. Say, what are you looking at there? No worry to bother. What are you looking at there? This? He holds up the display model that they were inspecting so that you can see it. A small chip along with a glossy, attractive information sheet. It's a pediatric silkware plus system for our son. Our little Hans deserves the very best, and he'll need it if he's going to compete with his classmates at the academy. That means headwear from Augmentech. We may not be as rich as other parents, but this, at least, is something we can do. Very surprised that they sell cyberware for children. Don't the kids outgrow it? If you ask me, buying something from a place like this for your kids is ludicrous. It's going to spoil their precious run. It's cheap. You must be very devoted parents. I'd like to think we are. And no, it isn't cheap. But unfortunately, those sorts of enhancements have become nearly mandatory at top-tier schools like the Academy. Our son's classmates come from affluent families. Even the least successful of Hans' peers has a pediatric encephalon, and ranges up from there. The Academy grades out on a curve. If we were to send Hans to a school without any enhancements, we'd be setting them up for failure. What about the kids who can't afford cybersurgery? The scholarship students, you mean? He pauses, considering. Well, I suppose that someone has to be at the bottom of the pile. Yes, but someone won't be our Hans. Unfortunate situation, of course. He cocks his head apologetically. But then, it's the world we live in, isn't it? It is, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be. So, yeah, it is. And you wouldn't want Hans to wind up at the bottom of the heap like me. I should say not. You seem like a good man, and I don't mean to insult you, but you know how cutthroat it is out there. Hans will have every advantage, even if I have to mortgage his house to provide it to him. Yeah, precious little Hans. I'm really hoping there's a way that I can get their address so I can rob them. That's big of you. I should get back to work. Jersey, goodbye now. Goes home, talks to Hans. Hans, we met the nicest little janitor. Using little specifically because... Tech vendor. Hi, tech vendor. The woman behind the counter smiles at you, her cheeks dimpling. Good afternoon, and welcome to Augmentech, the boutique that makes a better you of you. Voice overflowing with forced cheerfulness. Idly, you wonder how many times she has to give this exact speech every day. Tell me, how can I help you today? I might be in the market for cyberware with my $3. Then you come to the right place. Feel free to browse our catalog. We have a huge stock. Scanning with the tastefully designed catalog, you find that most Augmentech stocks consist of overpriced cosmetic cyberware, metabolic tweaks that help burn away cellulite, ruthenium polymer hair extensions, ultra-expensive leonization treatments aimed at wealthy superintelligence. Towards the back, you find some more practical chrome, but nothing that a Shadowrunner would want, from designer replacement limbs to nephretic screens for alcoholics. Augmentech carries the very best and fashionable implants for the ultra-rich. The mental enhancement section is a little more promising, but you don't see anything that you couldn't already find in the Cruise Bazaar. You're about to turn away when an ad on the last page grabs your attention. The newest iteration of the Encephalon system, complete with the integrated math SPU. The Encephalon Next, as it's called, is bleeding-edge commercial-grade tech. Non-compete agreements prevent it from being sold at most stores, but you found one that carries it. So it looks interesting. Mind if I take a look? She glances at the item on the screen. Looking at the new encephalon helm. Good choice. Our regional supervisor has one and it is amazing. Totally worth the price. And what's the price? It doesn't say on the screen. We're doing a special right now. Yours for only 250. It's actually really cheap, but I don't have any money. Thank you for browsing. If you need anything else, I'll be right here. My guess is like 250 now, 1,000 later. There's a door over here. Can I talk to you, lady? I cannot talk to you, lady. Let's have a look at this door. Restricted area, security room. Knight errant enforcer. Oh, excuse me. There's somebody who could upgrade us, right? So it's either blast a hole, make loud bang, or security. Or we try and take down this enforcer in the security room so we can upgrade our pamphlets. Maybe the Tula guys can make it up there? The ladder? Oh, we just get back on the trams, call it a day. Well, it was all too hard. I had to kill someone. Didn't want to kill anybody. Nope. Don't go with the option then. Alright. Let's try and take on the security room, I think. I think whiz-bang causing commotion is not the way I want to do things. I like being sneaky. So let's be sneaky. Excuse me, sir. Well, it's not attacking me. The guard sets forward, interposing himself between you and the terminal. Your security clearance doesn't authorize you to be in here. Want us to take... We're doing a building-wise maintenance sweep on all major systems. Want us to take a look at your terminal? You know what? You know that I can't do that. You don't have the appropriate clearance to touch this terminal, let alone service it. Besides, it's been running great since the other maintenance team worked it last week. I'm surprised that you don't have that on your records. You know how it is with us in management. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's ridiculous. Story of my life. You have my sympathies. Well, I do need to use the terminal, so... Nothing on personnel, kid? Well, I'll be on the way. Take it easy. Pretty certain these guys will be able to communicate. So actually, let's do whiz-bang. 250 does not include installation. You will need to pay more to have it installed back at Quiz Bazaar. You need to buy it here if you want to install it. Okay. So, is it time to zap some cards? Oh yeah. Let me remember if I can do any abilities outside of the stuff that might help us. Jana has no implants and has no abilities. We knew that. You have an Uzi and a katana and some health. No cyber. You have spells. Okay. Do it. Don't touch the body. See if there's an option to tell the guards that, hey, there's a dead guy. See you are friends. Okay, we'll be on our way. We can't be like, hey, look, there's a dead body we found. Can you do something about it? And then while he's away... Oh, it does do... Are we able to come back to this map? I mean, other way, I can't afford it, and I don't think I can sell anything, right? Can't sell from my stash. What can I sell for you? Like, these people aren't general store people. None of these have been general merchant sales, so I can't actually sell anything. I picked up. Got the Theta key card. Can we do something about the body? Because that's... Alright. Wordlessly, Joanna pops an access panel at the base of the terminal and begins snipping wires. A few minutes later, she replaces the panel's cover and stands. Alright, that should do it. I've bypassed the security lock on the elevator. We're good to head upstairs. Alright, let's go moving then. Let's. Yes, let's. Ba 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 ba. Jenna. Alright, I'm gonna need you to get me to this floor's access panel. It'll be in room 303 on this floor. The door's combination is 14291. Hold up. Wait a minute. 14291. She glances up at you. 303. Make sure to write that down. Aha. Room 303. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Once I'm there, I can put the penthouse door in maintenance mode. And I'll set its key code combination to 111111, so we shouldn't have any trouble getting to plant cameras. We've been making a halfway decent time. Not good, but not terrible. But I can't afford any more delays. Cracks his knuckles. I hope that no one else gets in our way for their own sake. You aren't hurting anyone unless they order you to you. Yeah, tough guy. You're in a hurry, we get it. Now shut up about it already. The ugly smile falls away from his face. What replaces it is uglier. If I weren't under instructions to follow your lead, this would be a very different conversation. Yeah, well, you are, so shut up and deal with it. He shakes his head in disgust. God, I wish I didn't need you to finish this job. His lip curls in his neck. Sadly for all of us, you do. Oh, by the way, we're going to have words when this rerun is over. Mouse. A stream of caustic syllables pours out of the elf's mouth. His back is stooped under the weight of his back, but his hands have clenched it into fists. He rolls his eyes and points a bony finger at the elf. Look, it's trying to speak. I want to get this over with, Didium. I'm going to get away from these people and go home. That's fair enough. 302 panel. It has door console. Three one, 302. What penthouse is this? Doesn't tell me which one this is. I'm guessing this one is at the quest marker. 303 door console. Really, our only option for here is just to go into this door, so let's do it. This trendy designed panel reads Apartment 303. A sleek, high-grade keypad has been mounted into the doorframe. Scan key or enter override code. Use the keypad. 1429. 14291. 14291. I've done the walk around. Welcome, homeowner. Yeah, I did the walk around. All of these places are closed. All I'm gonna do is wait for the security systems to go into maintenance mode, and then I can use the 11111 code to explore. That's the plan. Honey, we're home. So I want to see how we can get to that fire escape. I have a funny feeling we're going to be using that to escape. Moving the painting aside, you find a large maintenance access panel. Joanna steps forward, a slight frown on her face. Okay, I guess that is me. She pulls the multi-tool from her belt and uses it to loosen the bolts that hold the panel in place. Pulling up a schematic on her PDA, she examines the terminal's wiring. Hurry it up, woman. The clock is ticking. Don't rush me, this is complicated. Popping the lid on her toolbox, she grabs a pair of wire clippers, a soldering gun, and a roll of electrical tape. With a look of grim determination on her face, she begins to snip on a massive harness of cables that runs through the unit. Alright. She taps Dale on the knee. I'm gonna need that thing now. He nods and reaches back to unseal it from his pack. Placing it on the floor, he opens it and pulls out a large blue canister. It takes all of his strength to wrestle it up from the ground and into the space in the access panel that Joanna has cleared. There you go, Dumox. Do something useful for a change. The elf says nothing. Unburdened by the heavy pack, he stands up straight, and for the first time you appreciate how much larger he is than the corporate mage. He stares down at James, and his hands bunch into fists. James, the last time, keep your damned mouth shut. I'll say whatever all of you shut up. You're distracting me. The mage falls silent, and Joanna goes back to work. It only takes a few minutes for her to screw, wire, and solder the canister into the harness. She inspects her work, nods, and turns back to face you. Job's done. I just need to do a bit of cleanup and we can get out of here. Nice job, Joanna. Yeah, thanks. Wasn't all that difficult, just a matter of following our employees' instructions. Hey, that's great, but time's a ticking, so let's keep moving. He glances at the jumble of wire and circuitry through the open access panel. To help with the cleanup, we'll be gone before anyone notices anything anyway. Just a second. What was that canister you put into the terminal? She shrugs. Beats me, for all I know, it could be full of pixie dust. And I said that I had to wire it into the wall at this junction, so I did. Yeah, employees don't tell us much, do they? The mage sneers. You haven't been doing this long, have you? The lodge doesn't tell you things that you don't need to know. And you don't ask. Your job is to do what they tell you, take the money, and keep your mouth shut about it afterwards. It's all very simple. The lodge? The mage's eyes widen incredulously. You don't even know who you're working for, do you? You're leading this team and you don't have a clue. Joanna cuts in, her eyes eyed him. Both of you shut up. Someone's coming. A tall, deeply tanned man rounds the corner at a jog and comes busting into the room. You recognize him as the father you spoke with at the Augmented kiosk. He stops short when he sees your team, and the smile falls from his face. You! The guy from Cyberware kiosk! What the hell is going on in here? He advances on you, full of fluster and bravado. This is my apartment. I own it. You can't just waltz in here and start pulling the walls apart without my consent. We're maintenance. Look at the uniforms. Yeah, I see that. That doesn't give you the right to force your way into my home and start tearing up my walls. At the very least, you should have given me an advance notice. James shoots you an irritated glance. Mars's daddy is here, so I can rob them. Wonderful. This is a waste of time, and we're already running late. You don't care of this idiot, I will. The elf barks something at James. The sound is uncharacteristically ugly. All harsh consonants and sibilant hisses. Let's keep calm, everyone. This is a simple misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Your friend just called me an idiot in my own home. He wills and James, hands balled into his. I want to know your employee's number, and I want to know it now. The mage raises an eyebrow. Do you now? I'm a member of the Homeowners Association for this level. You know what that means? I have a lot of pull with building management. He thrusts out stretched fingers at James. Your days wearing that uniform are numbered. I promise you that. Calm down, sir. There must have been a problem with dispatch. You should have received a work order last week. I don't receive a thing from dispatch or from anyone else from that matter. My wife and I are entertaining guests in here in an hour and a half, and our living room is ruined. I need to know what you're doing to fix this, and that you're cleaning up this place back, and that you'll put a new coat of wax on the floors. I need... The hell with it. I don't have time for this. His hands twist into claws, and he raises them high. An instant later, they are wreathed in unnatural purple glow. What? No, don't say anything. God damn it, James. Say we do not need to kill this man. Father's gonna know. If I do nothing, then James is gonna be an idiot. If I say do it, James is gonna be an idiot. Keep the conversation going, I guess? The glow intensifies into a scintillating torrent of light. The energy lances out and stabs out of his hooked fingers as if they're alive. The man in the doorway recoils in alarm, and his palm slaps down on the plastic disc that has been clipped to his belt. Too late. You recognize the object. A panic button. Fucking James. The air fills the cacophonous wail of screaming alarms. James jerks back, his concentration broken. From down the hall, you can distinctly hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching at a run. Meanwhile, the homeowner backpedals, trying to put a wall between himself and James. He's moving too slowly, much too slowly. Everybody stand down. The words are met with an incomprehensible screech in your peripheral vision, catching a flurry of motion. Your elvish companion is moving, making a beeline towards James. John is hanging off of him, trying to slow him down, but he barely seems to notice. With a kick, he sends her tumbling to the ground, then reaches for his weapon. Stop it, damn it, we need him alive to complete the run. With a kick, he sends her tumbling to the ground, and turns back towards James. I want the money, but I also want to kill James. But also, the job's pretty much screwed now anyway, right? Because the alarm's gone off. So, if the job's screwed and you don't get the opportunity, I kind of just want to kill James. Well, we can't get up. The panic alarm's off. My guess is now we have to fight our way out of here. Alright. I hope the boss are too, but John is right. We need him. The elf comes up short, staring at you. He sweeps his vision from you to James. He exhales heavily and spits out a jumble of broken German. Right, but I'm guessing security is coming to us and we're not going to make it to the other apartment. Killers, innocence of, will not stand for. I not slave. All lodgemen bastards. I kill all. Wait, now I'm on his side. But no, I don't want to defend James. Can I just... I don't tell James to not do anything. Can I do that? Can I tell him to wait every turn and just get killed by the elf and see if that stops him? Okay. We're gonna make James throw and hope that the elf doesn't turn on us. Okay. What do you have? You have heal. Where's the target's hit chance? First of all, I'm going to move out of the way so he doesn't take shots at me. Jana. And I get you to whip out your taser. And tase James. I can't. I mean. But I don't want to kill the elf. Man, this game sucks. How much do I need the lodge? So far it's extra money and resources. But if I'm planting bombs and walls and James is a regular clientele, James is the company they keep. Do I... No, that was an accident. I'm gonna throw the run and see if James dies. If I still have to kill the elf anyway, then I will reset. How about that? We'll call. It is saves coming, but specifically for an outcome where if I can get James to die and the elf stops, then we'll commit. But if the elf keeps on fighting, then we'll reset. This doesn't really matter. Yeah, no. Yeah, thank you. Alright, so we'll get James, we'll throw so that James dies. Then I will... Oh, I just did end, right? Alright, let's move out of the way. I've already moved out of the way. Jana. Keep away. Alright. So we're going to throw... The security guard right here. Pause. Okay. Oh wait, I can rewind? What does rewind take me to? Oh, rewind's the save state. Right. Oh, okay. Not touch and rewind. Thank you. Alright then. Cast magic missile or whatever, and then move out of melee range. I will move. Oh, how do I move? Oh, I'm already done my move for this one. Move out of the way, and I should get the third action point. No, I only get 2 action points. I thought we got 2 with the deck. Single shot. Let's see, it's a taser. She only has 1 action point. Good. Oh no, not James. Alright, you have 2 action points. Take your shots. Missed. Missed. You. Do magic missile. Ah, damn it. Not quite enough. Acid stream, then magic missile. Can't reach these guys. Genre I've already wasted. Alright, let's move me forward so I'm actually behind cover. I cannot do that. Oh no, absolutely. First opportunity to the point where I do not need him. He's gone. Jana, however, is a getting out at all costs. Jana, you don't even want to be here. My guess is you're only here because of unfortunate circumstances, so... This is 9. Nice. One action point, so I'm going to have you actually move out of line of sight. Did the I'm going to have you... Actually, you will... They're not bunched up yet, so just do 2 magic missile. And you missed. How did you miss the magic missile? Red dagger, 60% hit versus 46% hit. Spray and pray! No, spray and pray. Wow. Oh. The grenades. But you... Heavy cover intervening. Captain. You actually have to run up to do that, so you're now exposed to the elements. No, don't do that. What do you have in your... what do you have? Okay, fine. Don't die. How many grenades do you have? Good. Do you have your taser? No, you need to reload your taser. Okay. You hide. Is that a 0%? No, it's a 40%. Uncover. Ongoing damage. We do want to hit him. Nice. This is movement, but they're not moving, so I think that matters. What's the enemy moment is it hit? Smug them. I missed. Cool. And I need to reload anyway. Mark them. Take some shots. Jana, you don't have much. You should reload. Okay, and then you stay like that. Magic ball that does 2 damage. Hit. Mark him? My lord. Spray and pray. You stay. You get up as a person. Playing because he was little. Ow. Alright, I'm going to move up close. And then I'm going to do I not have line of sight? Did I move into not line of sight? I moved into not line of sight. Blocked by that, huh? And mark him? Line of sight blocked. Jana? And you... Let's run here. And hide. Respot. Missed. Right, and we're all out. No, you also still have... Man. Jana, can you tase? Hell yeah. Alright, now you... It's tase for how many? Okay, now surely you're not going to miss from here. Yum. This is a throw. Go punch him. Jana. Go punch him. Joke's over. We're still in combat. Jana, I would like you to hide here, please. James, you will go here. But I think that's counts as cover. Test 2 abilities. James, you can't get any further. Alright, let's just end it, see what happens. Alright. Actually, let's send James. No, I have to go first. I die and then it's reset anyway. James. Come to me. Jana. Come to the door. And we'll end our turn. Okay. James. James missed. That's right. I have grenade. That is not gonna make it apparently. Oh, I didn't take time to reload. Jana, reload. You aim, line of sight, line of sight. Jana, you're gonna wait. Jana, you can tase this dude. But you have to get too close. Jana, come here. I guess I will heal James. Oh, that's not a heal, that's a... Ah, here's a healing ability, I should use that. Okay, James... Heal. Oh, he took 0 damage, so it's only the most recent attack. So... It's not actually good use. God, for all his bravado, it's not very accurate. Alright, Tase requires 2 movements. Move, and then take an aim shot at the guy at the back. Not enough AP. You require 2 to get that. Okay. No, Jana. Sorry, I know you don't want to have to take a life, but sometimes we all do traumatic things. Jana, you have a medikit. I do not have a medikit. I have trauma kits. Okay. Ooh. No, that was not what I meant to do. Cool. Jana. I really hope you don't miss. Oh, wonderful. Oh, she killed 2 people. So much for not. Alright, Jana? Let's get you all the way over here. Let's get me here. Let's get Dickless here. Jana, reload. Reload. Can I enter these rooms over and highlight? Can I turn the alarm off? You have 1 move. James, you've got nothing to reload, so actually what you'll do is you're gonna come over here. And try open 302. Oh, so the security override hasn't gone through then. In which case, I am fine. Let's move here. You go Overwatch like this. I cannot go Overwatch apparently. Actually, if I have the opportunity, what am I gonna things I should be clicking on? And you do this in one. You cannot do this in one. Am I fighting all the way up? Is that what's happening here? Okay. Screw the override is anything about the mission objective. The other part was set by the override. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's nothing else in this room that I can expect, so let's start going. Donna, you stay here. James. Me. Johnner is done. Oh, there's a guy here. I didn't see that. She has everything related to you. Do I have any more grenades? I don't have any more things. Jonna, you go here. Take an aim shot at this guy. Ah, too far. Okay. Don't you dare. Also, this seems like something I should not be working on. Okay. I kind of wanted to hit him down anyway. Because he's got a shotgun. Reload. Found. I'm gonna get closer to use the grenade, apparently. Oh wait, I should be focusing this guy. James, don't die. That is why I have trauma kits, and he had a trauma kit too. That was perfectly planned. Jonna. Please. I don't want you to go in. Don't die, Jonna. And you missed. Jonna, please. Alright, looks like we're pushing Um, some pot shots. James, I should be using your heals more. No way to heal. Okay. Winnable. No, you got both of them? No. Okay, good. Then I will run up. And reroll. Good chow. And James. The mage wiped spatters of blood from his cheek, the back of his hand. He attacked me. Our elf. The fucker tried to kill me. You've been insulting him ever since you arrived. What do you think was gonna happen? You're fine, he said. What do you think was gonna happen? John has been bloodlusted. Security override. Understanding cover mechanics is important. Any cover will prevent critical hits. Cover also adds hidden chance to miss and some damage reduction depending on type of cover. Yeah, I mean, I don't realize it removed any critical, but I have been trying to make sure that cover was being used just because I do know it reduces the chance. I noticed, sorry, that it reduces the chance to hit. Thank you. I appreciate the knowledge without backseating. I think it's actually very, very good. What do you think was gonna happen? His face flushes red. If you'd been a better group leader, you wouldn't have had let that happen. You'd have. Love God, shut up. Just stop talking. We'll both seek to the death of you. You need me to finish the run. Yeah, so let's go do that now. Without another word, the mage turns and stalks off into the direction of the penthouse. Yeah, I'm not quite done yet. I have to do another run around. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Man, this fucking dude. We could have spoken to Daddy. Like, Daddy dude. Should find another word to call him. The fucking what's his face guy. The text that glows reads, information security personnel only. Place of a keycard, the console ports its oath and drew past panel, down upon signal. I've seen that build management doesn't want layman tamper on this machine. Try to use cyber deck. It's hacking time. Set the decker to jack in. Me, of course. Jack in. I forget how this works, by the way. So this is going to be a lot of fumbling and hope. Look is best at... I'm going to add in this and medic. Heals yourself target 40 IP for internet points. Road's integrity points if I see. Does -50 with ongoing 28.5 for 2 rounds. So immediate damage within time of round. And I have nothing else. Oh, it's a straight line. This is a lot more complicated than last time we did this. Gates all over the place. Where am I trying to get to? Probably there. So we'll do one on you, and then I'll run away. Oh, I could have done more. I have 3 action points here apparently, but I can't. I can only cast this for attacking, and I don't have any other. Okay. This guy's gonna die in the next round, so I'm gonna ignore him. Actually, I'm gonna try and run through this gate. As this guy will die, then he'll come towards me. Go through the gate. Can I not go through this gate? I guess not. Minus sight blot. Alright, let's not do that. Let's get as close as possible under 1. Second 50, he'll take another 50. He's not dying this round. Probably should have got rid of this guy then. Let me see. See how far I can run. Here. That's not help at all. Don't touch me. Oh. Okay. So I want to do running again. I want to go running back here this time. Oh, oh no! Don't miss movement. The red bar fills up. It gets ugly fast. Okay. I did not know that. Can I just take this, or do I have to kill everything first? See the dude. Don't touch me. Let me throw it on this guy. Cause the IC's moving that's okay. Let's run over here. Oh, I need another. Of course, I did this, and now I can't actually see them. You 50, then that's 100. That should kill them. Start the next round. Okay, and then I will run down here. I'll run here. And then I need another space. And end. To reward this guy. So 50 at the 25 now and then 25 next round. He dies in 2 rounds, and I need 2 rounds to do this again anyway, so it's actually right over here. And my turn. Oh, enemy turn has his turn. Then I don't turn again. Red dude disappears, so now we're looking at the walking guy. Who is... where? Ah! There. Can I hit him? Nice. And he will take 2 more 25s per round. 50, which means I have to hit him again anyway. Oh, they're charging the red bar. I see, I see, I see. Then he should be dead this round. Easy! Let's do 301, because I think 301 was the closest to the window. Oh, I can hack both of them. I feel like I shouldn't be here. I feel like what I should have done is not done the Jono one and do this hack instead, because that way the dude would never have run in and gotten me. So that is how you do it, the true stealth way. I understand. Can I go back through the gate, or am I kind of locked in here now? What are you? You have 100, you have 100. I'm just yank myself out because we don't actually need the utility hatch. So yank myself out. Proceed. As I said, we've already done the hack, so that's no longer relevant. Okay. My beautiful Kacha. I can't stop thinking about last Thursday. After the evening teleconference, you and me strolled out on my synth leather couch. You and your cardigan and nothing else. A bowl of strawberries and a bottle of Pinot. Bacchanalian decadence and hedonistic delights. A delicious evening for the both of us. I need to see you again. What we shared, we must share again. I feel utterly consumed by my passion for you. I have sent you the calendar invite for a second romantic interlude. Please, accept it at your earliest convenience. Karl Heinz. This terminal is operational but locked. Large admin access. Most of the files in this terminal are of personal nature. In fact, one video is of very personal nature. Oh. File is labeled Insurance and depicts a middle-aged woman engaged in vigorous sexual activity with a heavily tattooed elf, some 20 years her junior. Recognize the woman as Gertrude Brune, the very respectable and very married COO of Mila Schlua Infotech. Brune would be subjugated to public humiliation and ridicule if this footage were ever to see the light of day. That said, the footage could prove a valuable piece of leverage in the right person. It'd probably fetch a preferred price. Copy it to my PDA. Now I get it's unethical either way, however... video game, we can do some unethical things. 200 yuan. Ah, cool, this is the fire escape. So this will be our escape, is to come down here. I could have sworn I went down here and I just dismissed it as being one of these doors which you couldn't get in to, because I think I distinctly remember saying, why can't I see the room number for this room? That's frustrating. Elf buddy didn't have to die. Use the keypad. I downloaded it as leverage against the bad omen in the video. Oh, no, but it's true though. It's true. Replace the first camera. It adheres to the ceiling with an audible click. James steps forward. His fingers bent, whispers a long string of hushed syllables that seem to vibrate in your mind. For a moment, nothing seems to happen. Then you blink, and the camera is gone. Done. Get moving on to the next one. The second camera clicks onto a heating vent. The lens irises to adjust. The lens irises. I've never heard it as a verb before. To adjust to the light. James repeats the previous performance, and the camera fades from view. I don't even like that sort of video. Anyway. The internet's big enough, Mom. Do you really think I have to be sneaking into people's bedrooms and stealing it from their computers? Please. Medical supplies, though. Advanced medkit that heals you or any team member. Consumed when used. Confused outside of combat. Send it to my stash. Actually, no. Let's do it instead of the stim. I do like the consenting this to the stash from here. You don't have to actually inventory manage back to the stash. You place the last camera. James steps forward, then turns to stare you in the eye. When we get through this run, I'm going to tell my handler all about you. You won't work for Lodge again. Not because you're an incompetent leader, but because I have pull, and I don't like you very much. What do you have to say about that? I have to say that the odds of you surviving this job are looking worse and worse. Now mask the down camera. This entire run is a test. I think you're here to tempt me into losing my cool. That isn't going to happen. You can do whatever you want when we're done. For now, shut your mouth and finish the job. Van Fury smoke returns to your face. I will. If this was the third camera soon enough, it fades from view. That's it, we're done. Let's go. Can I push him from the stairwell? Almost perfect. This was almost a perfect run. I just had to be better at catching that. For the person who wants to do sneaky fun plays, I did not set myself up for success. Door leads out the building's fire escape. Head down the fire escape. Where's the push him out the fire escape option? Hello? But also, wasn't there an exit button over here somewhere? Oh, wait a minute. This is the, you can see some of the secret source here. This is the map zone. So when you go into the hacking thing, it teleports you over to the side of the map somewhere. You're not supposed to actually see this, I don't think. This is a dead end, so to get to the U-Bahn, I do have to run down here. Okay. Well, let's... Wait, I don't care about you, James. You go first. China? Come with me. Did the Oh no. Oh. I might have to have James not die immediately. Jonah, with your that, can you be an Overwatch, please? James, can you do that, please? And then can't throw a grenade that far. Well, James is definitely dead. Oh, no. Unfortunate. A new magic missile here. Can you toxic gas? Yes. Johnner. Let's have you stand with here and Overwatch. Well, you can't Overwatch, that's 2 movements, but okay, now I'm gonna throw a grenade. Still can't throw grenades. Line of sight blood. I'm on the wrong side of this wall. Oh wait, James is dead, so I can't stand where James is, right? Or is his body in the way still? In the way still. It's too AP to throw that. Jonah, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to use your. No, Jonah. Oh, okay. I'm happy to hit me. I have a medikit I can use to. Yeah, I wasn't going to do it. Jonah has 2 AP. Reload. Take the shot. Okay, good. Reload. Go. Jonah. Reload. Stay Overwatch. Jonah. Take a shot. Stay Overwatch. This camping? Alright, Jonah. Reload. Phase. Not enough ammo. Reload. Jonah. Reload. Stay Overwatch. What happened to Overwatch, Jonah? Alright, but let's take it easy now. Jonah, stay Overwatch. heals. Reload. Probably. Biscuit for the biscuit. I shouldn't have risked it for the biscuit. Oh boy. Jana. Reload. Go. Cool. Nah, I misclicked, damn it. Jonah. Reload. Overwatch. Jonah, what? Overwatch? Jonah has 2. We are reloaded. You better not miss. Good. We move forward. Jana. Reload. Take a shot. Ah, that was dumb. Janet. Move here. Overwatch. There is still more. You're our friend, right? Oh. This guy who likes my jokes, man. I can't believe it. I made it out alive. Theo and James, seasoned professionals. They both died screaming. But I made it out thanks to you. Don't think me. You got that yourself out of that building. I can't believe that. Not really. Thanks for saying so. Now please, call your contact and let him know the job is done. I want to be on the next train out of here. And after that, I never want to think about the lodge again. Enter the com code Luca gave you. Punch the code Luca Dom's given to PDA. A few seconds later, you hear the telltale click of a successful connection. Dua's voice pours out of your PDA speakers. Did the job is done, I trust. Yes, everything is completed to your specifications. Very good. Now please, give me a status update on the members of your team. The elf from Terratenega turned on us. We had to put him down. James died in escape, but Johnny made it out. That's not how I would have put it, but okay. Clicks his tongue softly. Interesting. That the elf is dead was expected. He was a dangerous and unreasonable person. Disgruntled, you might say, after years of service in our employ. His betrayal of you was inevitable. Thankfully, with his death, we have gained valuable insight into your character. He pauses for a moment and continues. I trust that James suffered his accident on the way out of the building. Very convenient. Very much as we expected. You are performing exactly as we'd hoped that you would. Okay. Now, let us see how adequately you completed the task that I set before you. Enter the following code into your PDA, if you please. Enter the code into your PDA. And type the code as instructed, and your PDA's screen cuts to static. A moment later, a familiar image materializes in the screen. The penthouse room that you booked. It appears to have a live feed from cameras that you planted. Alicia, you sure this room is secure? You've done a full sweep. Absolutely, sir. We've run multiple seats with a complete sensor package, and we brought in a mage to search for signs of astral tampering. The floor checks out clean. You're completely safe in here. Let's out a heavy sigh. Thank God. Roll downstairs and let my wife and kid know that it's safe to come up. Will do, sir. Is there anything else that I can do for you tonight? No, thank you. That will be all. You have a good... Suddenly, the air in the room seems to ignite. There's a blinding flash, and your PDA screen cuts to static. It was a bomb! Yay! And that takes us to that. Please return to the Cruise Bazaar. The remainder of your post-run interview will conclude upon your arrival. Hang on, what was that? Raised an eyebrow. What did it feel like? An explosion, of course. This wasn't a surveillance operation, it was an assassination. It was both, and both tasks were carried out to the letter. You should be pleased, did the The run was a resounding success. I'm gonna get described run to me. You left out a part where you planted the bomb. That's a hell of an admission. Jana covers her mouth with her hand, horrified expression on her face. Oh god, I killed someone. That man is Jana. Hun, I've got news for you. The people we killed on the way out, they're also people. You didn't know Jana. None of us did. This isn't on you. A sob racks her chest. She begins to hyperventilate. I can never get away from this. This is going to follow me for the rest of my life. I killed people. I'm a fucking murderer. There's a long pause, punctuated only by the muffled sound of Jana weeping into her hands. Then Dua speaks. Your audition is only halfway finished, Didyam. I'll expect to see you directly, unless you object. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this, Dua. See you soon. Very good. I'll be waiting. Your return trip to the Cruise Bazaar is a quiet one. The train from Frankfurt to Tor is empty, save for you. There is nothing to distract you from your thoughts. You finished with the first part of your audition. Luca Dua is waiting at Cafe Sev to administer the second. Yeah, Jana, given your... We don't have good health benefits or anything, but we are hiring. You're very efficient at murder, you know? Good deal. Welcome back, and my congratulations on a job well done. If you wanted Alicia dead, you could have just said so. I've taken the job either way. Nods thoughtfully. Good to know, but the purpose of this test is to gauge your adaptability. We need to know that you'll be willing to do what we tell you to do, regardless of your personal feelings on the matter. And we need you to know that you'll roll with the punches of circumstances change mid-run. So if I did save the elf, I would have failed anyway. Even though I wanted to save the elf. If I did save the elf, I would have failed this run and I would get the job, even though I wanted to save the elf. Many of our colleagues in the shadow community have inflated egos. They let their personal feelings interfere with their work. My organization needs to know that you will see tasks that we assign you through, no matter what. Say nothing. The true purpose of the run that you just went on was to test your willingness to adapt to change. You're still being tested, by the way. Save the elf and fail the run. So I accidentally passed. Wonderful. Cool. This is the test, though. If you work for my organization, you may be asked to do things you find morally troubling. Sometimes it might even appear that we are lying to you. Lying through a mission is still lying, my guy. But you can take comfort in knowing that everything that we request of you is ultimately for the greater good. After all, I expect you to leave that look down. Okay, what your organization's master plan is. There's no various work, as long as they pay out the work. This means it is different from what I do every day from a corporate clients. What is this greater good? Define it for me. No. Good. It was funny reading the thing and saying, well, his accident, I'm glad that you saw to that anyway. I'm like, oh, cool, nice. Now, what is this greater good? Define it for me. But it's a test. If I ask questions, I know for a fact that it's going to be upset that I'm asking questions. You can't see the big picture. I can't either. I am, again, just a mouthpiece. The only ones who know my organization's ultimate ends are the ruling council, and they aren't in the practice of sharing information with their hirelings. But know that they are some of the most intelligent men on this planet, and they place a high priority on social order and stability. And those are good things by anyone's standards. So, he says it with eye. What do you think of all that? Every client that I've ever worked for has kept secrets. I don't see how this is any different. I like being kept in the dark, but if you pay me as well as you say that you do, I can overlook it. After a brief pause, he nods and reaches forward and places a credit stick in your hand. Congratulations. You have passed your audition. Welcome to the payroll. That's what happens now. Now, we part ways. Don't worry. I'll call you when your services are needed. He taps a neatly trimmed fingernail against the earpiece in his comlink. When I contact you with a new task, the choice of whether to take it or leave it will be yours. If you take it, return here and I'll pay you a fair sum for your services. If you leave it, well, the rest of my organization will be quite unhappy. Can't promise you that I'll always be able to accept every job that you offer me. Understandable, but I would strongly advise compliance whenever possible. There is always some margin for extenuating circumstances. We are nothing if not understanding, but abusing that margin would be unwise. Joe glances at his PDA, a high-end model etched with platinum. And with that, I'm afraid I must bid you good day. Go now. I'll be in touch. Ooh. Hey dude, I killed a dude. Onto a small city from behind the counter. Welcome back, honored Effendim. Effendim. How may I serve you? I am rich now. Give me Turkish coffee, the real stuff. Berkagagzi hands you a ceramic travel cup, which he then fills to the brim with dark, steaming liquid. The scent is intoxicating. Is there anything else that I can get you? Just killing time. Oh, we're going now. Wow. Oh. You can see your team members and their abilities quickly with the button here. Oh. I want Jade back. No. Alright, oh, no, I know. There's... Where I grew up, there was, a really good Turkish coffee shop. And they did Turkish coffee, where it's like... They give you an espresso cup, and it's like... Well, it wasn't an espresso cup, I think it was, oh, it was either an espresso cup or like the small metal cups, you know? And it's like really gritty. So it's super, like, super potent. But also the Turkish apple tea is, wow, amazing. Doven Keller? It's an old, obsolete telephone book. Okay. Not ringing this time? Okay. Baklava is too sweet. The coffee is the one. Some baklava I can just pound down, but I guess it just depends on which one it is. Like the ones where they're just dripping with honey all over. I mean, most of it is, but like, yeah, it's pretty good, pretty good. I'm thinking though, actually, I might call it here. This is a good time for me to go to bed. I've been on for a few hours, coming up to 4. I have work tomorrow, so thank you all for being here, keeping me company. Thank you for the tips. Raid from Cake. Thank you, everybody. It has been good times. Thank you, everybody. I realize the music that from this is not matching the music from the game, but it is what it is. Where are we going, Chiefs? Who is live?
Yummy.
Yes. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm very excited. Sorry, that yes was me, not. Well, I mean, I'm excited about the follow, yes, but I'm excited that the notifications are working. I only coded the. I've been kind of making all of the things about my channel myself, and so I only had done the notifications recently. Let me send you off to this guy who's also playing. Dragon Run. Alrighty, then again, catch you guys later. Bye bye.